Chapter 21, An Unlikely Story. Bucky didn't say anything to Bart about the individual he had seen standing near the stream. On the one hand, he wanted to return to Abilene, where he could enjoy a steak and beer at the saloon. He didn't mind inventing stories about their trek. Still, seeing the colored person there by the stream reminded him of an alternate possibility. What if he could return as a conquering hero? Wouldn't it be grand if they could ride into Abilene with real news? Wouldn't it be amazing if they found Mr. Tarwater's errant dove, and, even more magnificent, had taken revenge upon her kidnapper? The thought of it set Bucky's heart pounding. The third possibility, the actual truth of the matter, that Doreen had run off on her own, and that Cecil and his family were victims of that unfortunate decision, didn't enter his mind. When Bucky left camp, sorely taxing their last remaining mule, he rode up the hillside, leaving his injured brother snoring. When he reached the top of the rise, he saw a crude corral and a small house near a tall hackberry tree less than half a mile away. It took only a few minutes to reach the modest prairie dugout. Nearly 3 weeks after leaving Abilene, Bucky had found the home of Cecil and Cynthia Johnson. As he rode in, a woman working in her garden greeted him. "Hello, sir." Cynthia felt uneasy, but the lone rider, a fat man on a mule, didn't fit the description of the fearsome posse she had imagined. "How can we help you on this fine day?" "I'm looking for some folks named Johnson." "I should let you speak to my husband, though he ain't in right now. I'll be happy for you to water your animal. My husband should be back late this afternoon." "I can wait." Something about the woman angered Bucky. She seemed a bit too proud, a bit too willing to look a white man in the eye. It was then Bucky saw that the woman carried a new hoe. "That tiller you're handling looks familiar." Bucky saw the Stockyard Mercantile brand burned into the hoe's handle. "I reckon you got that tool at the Mercantile in Abilene. Did your husband bring that when he came back from selling his mules to Mr. Tarwater?" Cynthia felt an icy chill and fought the impulse to run. She sensed now that she had underestimated the fat man. To make matters worse, Cecil had left early to round up strays and might be miles away. This was the moment of reckoning she had feared. "Yes, sir. My husband, he bought this." "Your husband is Johnson, ain't that right?" "Yes, sir. Cecil Johnson." "Why'd you lie to me when I asked about folks named Johnson? Why didn't y'all just tell me you was Johnsons?" Bucky urged the mule into motion. A low wall of laid stone encompassed the entire garden, forcing him to circle around. Bucky saw only one entrance, a wooden gate on the opposite side. Cynthia dropped the hoe and ran. Bucky spurred the mule, but the animal, startled by the sudden jab, jumped, sending Bucky sliding backwards down its rump and onto the grass. A split second later, the mule kicked, rear hoofs connecting with Bucky's gut, knocking him momentarily breathless. Furious, the fat pen rider scrambled to his feet, wheezing and cursing. By the time he turned back toward the house, the woman had disappeared. Bucky kicked at the dirt, shouting at the mule. "Dang it, get back over here!" Bucky roared. The mule, naturally, refused to comply, so Bucky drew his pistol and fired twice at the insolent beast. His first shot missed, but the second found its mark, entering the mule's left haunch and causing the animal to kick, bray, then bolt behind a stone and sod barn connected to the corrals. Bucky stalked around the house. Turning the corner, he saw two small children, a boy and girl, running 50 yards away. "You best not run," he shouted, but the children didn't stop. Instead, they disappeared into a bank of oak brush lining a swampy slough filled with cattails and cane grass. A moment later, Bucky, cursing, turned a second corner just in time to see the woman emerging from the front door, a baby in her arms. She stopped, a look of terror in her eyes. "This is just my poor baby, sir. Please, sir, I beg of you, don't shoot me or my innocent child." Bucky raised his pistol slowly, the woman crying and pleading. He stepped forward, then, without a word, Bucky leveled the revolver and fired a single shot into the head of Cynthia Johnson. As Cynthia fell, Bucky moved forward, peering around the door and into the dugout. "Ain't no use hiding in there," he shouted, firing the pistol a second and third time. "Show yourself, Johnson." Bucky stalked around the one-room home, but it quickly became clear the man he sought wasn't there. Infuriated, he stepped around Cynthia's body, cringing at the sound of the wailing child. Then, as he had the previous night when he tore limbs from the tree near their campsite, self-righteous anger swelled within him. In a rage, he destroyed the interior of the Johnsons' home, hurling food and other items from shelves, kicking furniture into a pile, then adding clothing and other wreckage to the heap. Near the wood stove, he found a bottle of kerosene and a box of lucifers. Pouring the fuel onto the debris, Bucky struck a match and tossed it. Flames instantly filled the room. Bucky, choking and cursing, dragged Cynthia's body, still clutching her wailing son, into the blazing pyre. Then, gasping and reeling, he stumbled from the Johnsons' home, crossed the yard where he collapsed into Cecil's chair beneath the hackberry. For nearly 10 minutes, as he regained his breath, Bucky Baylor watched the blaze gather strength. The small home, built entirely of wood and sod, sent a great cloud of black smoke into the sky. The wails of the child continued for longer than he might have expected, then ceased abruptly. Bucky realized that the mule farmer, Johnson, might be working nearby and would almost certainly see the column of smoke. He needed to go. Several mules grazed in an adjacent pasture. Alongside the rock shed stood a wagon. Moving purposefully, he entered the shed where he found a lariat and a set of mule traces. Using a bed of oats to lure two of the mules, he hitched a team. The presence of the mules and wagon seemed almost like providence, God telling him he had done right by killing the insolent woman. As an afterthought before leaving, he searched the shed. He would need fodder for the mules on the trail. As he bent to lift a burlap bag, he spotted an off-white lady's chemise beneath the bunk. He gathered the rag. He had forgotten why they had come, but, again, Providence had reminded him. He checked the harnesses on the wagon a second time, and with a slap of reins pulled away from the Johnson ranch. Black smoke blanketed the area now. People from miles away would know something was burning. He wondered how an entire family could live in such a pitiful structure. Almost before he knew what was happening, Bucky was back at camp. "Where'd you get the wagon?" Bart had a fire going, water boiling, beans cooking. "You got to help me load this stuff. I just got these beans started. Brother, we got to go." "What the hell, Bucky?" "Get up and help me load our things." All right, I'm helping. But thanks to you, I ain't got but one good arm. They left the shaded grove, traveling east. Bucky hoped to avoid a confrontation with Johnson or whoever might appear in response to the great cloud of smoke that filled the skies to their north. The mules worked well together, and by noon the cloud of smoke was no longer visible on the horizon. Meanwhile, Bart napped in the back of the wagon. He woke occasionally to complain about his arm and the lack of bacon as they traveled through the afternoon and into the night. After 3 days, Bart's arm began to stink, though he complained less. There was a good deal of moaning, wheezing, and nodding as Bucky drilled him on details of what had happened at the Johnson ranch. They decided it would be best to pretend Bart had been wounded in battle versus the devious mule rancher Cecil Johnson. For all Bart knew, most of the details of his brother's encounter with Johnson were true. Bucky never mentioned that Johnson himself had never appeared. He also made no mention, at first, of how he burned the Johnson house and murdered Cynthia and her infant child. Bart, for his part, just tried to memorize the story. To hear Bucky tell it, the battle with Cecil Johnson had been of epic proportions. The fact that Bucky planned to include him in the glory seemed generous. Still, Bart didn't like everything about Bucky's story. He wasn't sure how he felt about the claim that Johnson, and not Bucky, had been the one who shot him in the arm. What would people think if a colored man had gotten the best of him? They spent the better part of a day arguing before Bart reluctantly agreed to adopt Bucky's explanation. By the 4th day out, a clearly delineated streak of puffy red skin had expanded from Bart's wrist to his elbow. When they arrived in Abilene, 6 days after leaving Johnson's ranch, the mules, nearly dead from exhaustion, Bart's fingertips had turned black, and the arm smelled like rotting cowhide. Bucky drove directly to the doctor's office. Word of the twins' return traveled fast, and within minutes Theo Tarwater appeared. Despite Bart's dire condition, the stockyard owner demanded Bucky recount the details of their trip. Bucky was happy to comply and launched into his fictional tale of how Johnson had escaped, but his wife, angry about her husband's infidelity, had confessed everything. According to Bucky, Doreen had endured brutal torture, rape, and eventually death. Ruth Tarwater, who arrived soon after her husband, sobbed at the news, and Theo, enraged, vowed to find the foul nigger Johnson and flay him skinless with a whip. Bart, meanwhile, had grown nearly delirious with fever. When the doctor examined the wound, Bucky elaborated upon the story of how Bart had been shot. "Johnson is a wily devil. He leapt from behind a rock wall and shot my dear brother before he knew what was happening. A split second later, Johnson was on a horse and out of there. Despite his injured arm, Bart, bless his brave soul, went over to the Johnson house and, as gentle as you please, convinced Mrs. Johnson to come on out. Like I was saying, she's the one who told us everything. That's how we learned that the Johnson feller had his way with Miss Doreen. Kept her chained up in a rock shed they had for tools and such. That's where we found this." Bucky pulled the ragged chemise from his pack and held it up for the entire group to see. Ruth Tarwater, despite having spent the entire day drinking brandy and nipping at her bottle of laudanum, let out a stupendous wail. Even though the tattered undershirt didn't seem like something her daughter would wear, The garment was one that Cynthia Johnson had discarded a year earlier, placing it into a bag of rags which Cecil used around the farm. Ruth Tarwater proclaimed loudly that she recognized the undershirt as Doreen's. The assembled crowd gasped, and everyone agreed that Bucky's story must be 100% true. As for Bart's injury, Doc Williams, an elderly man, drunk as was his habit, said, "This arm is going to need to come off just above the elbow." "You can't just pour some whiskey on it and kind of disinfect it like?" Bart asked. He had suspected already that the arm might be useless. Even so, hearing the doctor's prognosis came as a bit of a blow. "No, leaving the arm will kill you for sure." With the help of 4 men, including a stranger who happened to be at the doctor's office with an aching gut, they managed to contain Bart long enough to saw the arm off. Unfortunately, Dr. Williams miscalculated, and a week later they repeated the process, removing the rest of the arm to the shoulder. The first procedure left Bart weak and listless. The second placed him firmly at death's door. During that time, Matt Grayson arrived. Bucky met with the famed investigator from the Brant and Matt detective stories. Even though Bucky and Bart had spent hours going over their story on the return trip from Oklahoma, Bucky, who had further embellished his story in the ensuing days, felt something akin to panic under Matt's friendly gaze. "Just tell me what happened," Matt said. "Well, sir, we rode up to the farm. Right away we found Mrs. Doreen's chemise. As you know, Doreen's mother has verified the garment belonged to her daughter. At any rate, the undershirt was in a shed Johnson used to store his implements." "Where was Johnson?" "Well, he wasn't there right at first. He came up sudden like a bit later. Of course, by that time, we already found Miss Doreen's, her remains, such as they were." "I see. You say Johnson had simply left the body out behind the implement shed?" "She was half eaten by coyotes. There wasn't any way we could possibly bring her back. Just a few half-eaten bones, some blonde hair, rags, and such. We recognized the hair. A pitiful sight." Bucky shivered slightly. A touch of realism, he felt, added greatly to the veracity of his tale. "We found a spot on a bluff overlooking a peaceful garden-like bit of the lowlands to bury what was left of her. Right pretty spot. I even spent a half day carving out a wooden signpost, despite poor Bart's arm, just so folks would know there remained the remains of Miss Doreen." "Her father said she took some jewelry along. You didn't find the jewelry, just the chemise?" "Well, sir, we didn't find any jewelry or none of the clothes except that undershirt. I reckon Johnson took the jewelry and that his wife took Doreen's clothes." "Was Mrs. Johnson about the same size as Doreen?" "Well, sir, I reckon so. A mite bit taller, I reckon. And she was a bit more stout, Mrs. Johnson, that is. As you may have heard, Miss Doreen had a youthful figure. Mrs. Johnson had 3 young'uns, as far as we could tell." "I see. Now, you said Cecil Johnson returned at some point. Where was Mrs. Johnson during that time?" "Well, at first she took off streaking and hid off in the house, screaming how she had a shotgun and we best not get anywhere nearby. Of course, Bucky and I weren't interested in getting ourselves shot, so we stayed clear. We figured on looking around, then if need be, fighting our way in. Of course, we ain't no gunslingers, so we weren't keen on that idea. I don't want to make it seem like we was braver than we were. Like I said, that colored gal was stout. I don't think she could wrestle both of us, but she could take on one of us, I'm telling you.
This was before your brother Bart talked her out and told you how her husband abused Miss Tarwater?
Yes, sir.
You said there were children. What happened to them?
Well, sir, I saw two of them run off into the switchgrass the minute we rode up. Now, the woman had a baby. We could hear it wailing in the house. I reckon that's why she holed up in there. Thing is, we ain't the type to hurt a woman, not even a colored woman.
They knew right away while you were there?
Well, I reckon they don't see many white folks in those parts. Don't know exactly how to explain it, but yes, sir, I do think they knew why we was there when we rode up.
Tell me about what happened when Johnson returned.
Well, sir, we were out near the shed. Bart was broke up over Miss Doreen. Anyway, the feller Johnson come up sudden like, guns blazing.
And that's when your brother was shot.
He slipped up on us. Bart ain't no fool, but yes, sir, that's when he took the bullet that would take his arm. God bless him.
So, what happened next?
Well, now, keep in mind it was happening fast. Johnson slipped up and bullets was coming at us right and left. Yes, sir, it ain't no exaggeration to say there was a hail of bullets, and that's when Bart was hit. I reckon Johnson could be dead by now, 'cause we was firing too, though I ain't sure we hit him. Anyway, after firing off, had to be 50, hell, maybe 100 rounds. Johnson is a former soldier, you know. He run off, leaving just Mrs. Johnson in the house. Like I said, Bucky and me ain't gunmen, but Bart, shot in the arm and suffering pretty near what might be called agony, bless his heart, heard that baby wailing and had to help. Thank you, Jesus.
Bucky had decided it wouldn't hurt to mention Jesus a few times. Religion, he knew from experience, added veracity to even the most brazen lies. So, what happened next?
Well, there was a good deal of weeping and gnashing of teeth for Mrs. Johnson, and she calmed some under Bart's tender ministrations. He calmed her just as a shepherd calms a lamb. Brings a tear to my eye to think of it.
Bucky, inspired by his own false narrative, had worked himself into an emotional state and began to sniffle. It was a performance he felt certain must be convincing.
That's when we learned about how Johnson had been mistreating Miss Doreen and his wife. Terrible business, just heartbreaking. Poor woman cursed Johnson for fooling around with Doreen. Just hellish, hellish.
Bucky pulled his handkerchief and honked loudly into the square of white linen. He then added a couple of hellishes and terrible businesses for good measure, followed by a bless my sweet brother's dear heart. I see. Matt, now convinced Bucky was lying about the shooting, did his best to sound sincere.
Yes, sir.
So, tell me exactly what Mrs. Johnson said.
Well, well, she said she was kind of delirious.
It doesn't have to be exact. Maybe you could just give me a couple of specific details. Bucky paused. The handsome cowboy's persistence was becoming troublesome. How many details would he be forced to extemporize upon before the man moved on to something less taxing?
Okay, well, to be honest, I couldn't follow most of what she said, and her baby was howling. Poor woman probably suffered near as much as Miss Doreen.
So you don't recall anything she said?
Well, now, what does this have to do with anything?
I'm curious about any details she might have expressed concerning Johnson's motivation for taking Miss Tarwater in the first place.
Yes, sir, I can see how that. Well, now, I reckon Johnson was suffering from pure lustfulness. Mrs. Johnson, bless her soul, just talked about how her husband molested Miss Doreen and how he killed her. Tortured her is more like it, and I tell you, that woman was hysterical to have a fit. Well, you know how them folks can carry on, just hollering and shouting profanities and taking the Lord's name in vain.
How did you manage to find the Johnson farm? Bucky stopped for a moment. The handsome cowboy had switched gears on him suddenly. He had been working up a narrative about what Johnson said, and now the investigator had gone off on to how did they get there.
Well,
Did you get information from other sources? Did you get there by luck? There had been no discussion between the brothers regarding the events leading up to their arrival at the Johnson homestead. Bucky felt his heart racing now. He hadn't expected the questioning process would be so taxing. Almost before he could help himself, he launched into the actual truth.
Well, I reckon we got ourselves lost. We were 3 or 4 days' ride to the west of the Johnson place before we got ourselves turned back around. Of course, it took a mite longer to travel back to the east because we were rolling cross country in some rough terrain. Weren't many roads in those parts, hard driving for a wagon and 2 mules.
I thought you had 4 mules.
Well, no, yes, sir. Thing is, we met up with a bunch of Indians, took 2 of the mules and our bacon.
So these Indians, they just took your mules and the bacon for no reason?
Well, now, see, that was that Quanah Parker fellow, and he's about as bloodthirsty as they come. Thing is, they knew of Johnson. Helped us find our bearing, truth be told.
But they didn't harm you?
They said since we weren't hunting buffalo, we was lucky. Had we been hunting buffalo, ain't no telling what they might have done.
And they gave you directions to travel east.
They said Johnson was to the east, though at first we weren't so sure. Was by pure tracking skill we managed to find the place as it turned out.
Was there some other clue you followed? You say your tracking skill helped?
Pure cunning, truth be told.
What happened exactly?
Well, now it ain't easy to explain. Instinct was most of us. Bart ain't as dumb as he seems, so you can't tell so much by talking with him. He's smarter as a whip when it comes to tracking skills and such.
Okay. What happened to the wagon?
No, why the hell do you need to know that?
I'm just trying to get an idea of the timeline. You returned in a different wagon, isn't that right?
Well, now on the wagon. Well, lost it on the trail. We were lucky that Johnson feller had a wagon, given Bart's injury. Johnson raises mules, though it took a good bit of training to get the team of his working. Johnson was not good at his job, as you might expect from a colored man.
Tell me how you lost the original wagon, the one you left Abilene with."
"Well, now, I still don't know why in hell you need to know that."
"I'm just trying to piece things together." Matt spoke the words professionally, but looked up just the same, giving the fat cowboy a knowing smile. "I don't really expect to use the information, but Mr. Tarwater needs to feel he's getting his money's worth. You know what I'm saying?"
Yeah, I get it."
Bucky smiled in return. Despite the difficulty of the questioning, Bucky still felt charmed by the young detective's easy demeanor.
"Well, sir, we were traveling cross country and we come to this ravine. It wasn't the first washed out creek bed we come to, but this one had some steep sides. We were coming down the embankment when one of the mules come up lame."
"I thought you said you rode the mules to the Johnson place. Now you're saying one of the animals came up lame?"
"Well, no, I mean,
Bucky stopped for a long moment, gathering his thoughts.
I mean, I ain't saying he come up lame exactly. He come up limping, and we thought he might be lame. Anyway, with the animal limping, he wasn't lame, mind you, though we didn't know that at the time what with him limping and such. At any rate, we figured we couldn't get the wagon up the other side of the ravine with just the one remaining mule, so we had to get on from there. We gathered our things, such as we could carry, and loaded up the mules, or rather the one good mule."
"You didn't load the one that was lame?"
"We thought he was lame, but he wasn't."
"Well, what was wrong with the mule?"
"Well, sir, he had himself a little cactus burr up in his hoof like. I reckon he got up in there and he stepped on a rock or something, and that drove it in good. We got to looking at the thing and managed to get it out."
"You got it out right then?"
"Yeah, I mean, no, not right that minute, no."
"When did you pull out the burr?"
"Well, it must have been 3 or 4 hours later."
"So you walked for 3 or 4 hours?"
"Yes, sir."
"Why didn't you stop to look at the animal's hoof before you left the wagon?"
"Well, sir, I don't rightly know. I guess we're not such bright fellers when it gets right down to it."
The stupidity defense had worked for Bucky in the past, and Bart didn't have to act. Bucky grinned sheepishly as the handsome investigator scribbled notes onto his pad. "So, let me get this straight. You fellows walked for 2 or 3 hours in the midday sun?"
"One of us was riding and the other was walking."
"And when you finally removed the thorn from the other mule's foot, the animal recovered completely?"
"I reckon he still limped a bit, but we ain't the type that can walk easy."
"Yes, I imagine that's the case."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
"Just as you said, you boys don't look like you could walk comfortably for more than a mile or so. I imagine the experience was exhausting."
"It was a hot day."
Bucky thought back to the day he shot his brother. Winching the wagon up the side of that steep ravine had seemed like a sensible plan. He could remember the wagon wheel coming off and the mule's horrific screams when the taut rope pinned the animal to the tree. He could also recall Bart with his knife preparing to cut through the rope and the gunshot. Now that Bart lay sick in the bed at the doctor's house, teetering between life and death, the memory troubled him.
"A man in his condition often dies,"
the doc had said.
"If he lasts through the week, he might live."
The handsome young feller questioning him had also spoken to Bart. The detective had insisted on questioning his brother without him being there. Had the cowboy detective asked these same questions? Bucky suddenly felt nervous. He realized that Bart's answers might not match his own. Somehow the handsome young investigator had managed to ask several things they hadn't discussed. The detective hadn't spent 5 minutes talking about the important stuff, like the gunfight with Johnson. He hadn't even asked how Bart was shot, except in a general sort of way. The handsome cowboy had not given him the chance to lie about how Bart comforted Cynthia Johnson with a hug, despite her being colored and all. Nor had Bucky been given the chance to expand upon the ways Cynthia Johnson had cursed her no-count husband.
Seems to me he wasn't too interested in the facts of the thing,
Bucky said later at Bart's bedside.
You ain't gotta worry about me letting on that you killed that woman and her baby,
Bart said. Bucky had initially said nothing about killing Cynthia Johnson and her infant child, but the information had slipped out on the trail.
Hush, Bart. You can't even say it in here. What if the doc is listening? I don't feel right, Bucky. I know, little brother. I seen a messenger from God. You what? Seen God's messenger.
Bucky observed his brother there in the bed. His eyes seemed clear for once, something he hadn't seen in days.
He told me I was gonna die. Damn it, Bart, you always get to complaining about this and that. You ain't gonna die. No, it's okay. Brother, you ain't gonna die. The messenger said we need to fess up and ask forgiveness. He said you need to be truthful. Unless you want to suffer for eternity, you must confess, then devote the rest of your days to the Lord. What the hell are you talking about? What do I need to be forgiven for? For killing that poor woman and her child. He also told me that Miss Doreen ain't dead.
Bucky thought about the words for a moment, their meaning sinking in. What if Doreen was living?
It was just a stupid dream, he said. No, brother, the messenger is sitting right there.
Bucky pointed to a spot just above the doorway.
Brother, you are far gone. You need to ask forgiveness for your sins. Turn your life over to Jesus. Brother, don't lecture me. Pray with me, Bucky. Oh, for God's sake, I ain't gonna pray with you.
Bart turned his eyes again to the spot above the door, gazing steadily at the ceiling.
I asked forgiveness for my part in the thing. Did it work?
Bart smiled, still gazing steadily at the spot.
Well, the messenger said I probably needed to tell things straight. But then he said God was sometime understanding considering the circumstances. Me dying and me not being the one that did the killing and all. Sounds right comforting, but Bart, we discussed this. You can't let on I killed that woman.
Bart reached out and grasped hold of Bucky's hand.
What are you doing?
Bucky protested.
Hush now.
Bart began to pray.
Lord, please forgive my brother. We rode off just doing what we figured was right. We ain't never been taught that killing colored folks ain't right. I ask you to make my brother see the dark deed he done. I ask you to reveal to his heart the evil he done. Amen.
An odd chill passed through Bucky as he realized that his brother might die. He could see Bart's pale, sweating face and could smell the rotting flesh from his stub of a shoulder.
You figure that heavenly messenger's gonna forgive me?
I mean, is he gonna forgive me even if I don't tell folks I killed that woman and her baby?
No, brother, he was clear as day on it. You got to tell folks you killed that woman, and you need to tell folks that we didn't find nothing of Miss Doreen.
We found that dang undershirt. Mrs. Tarwater says it was Doreen.
Yes, sir, there is that.
Bart looked confused.
Still, you can't kill no woman and baby and expect to get into heaven.
Bucky nodded, then sat back, still holding his brother's hand, no longer wanting to hear more about God's messenger. Later that evening, he saw the sheriff at the saloon, but said nothing about killing Cynthia Johnson. More troubling, at the restaurant, when the barmaid came by asking if he wanted a steak, for the first time in his life, Bucky had no appetite. The next week, 2 days after the departure of the cowboy detective, Bart died. At the funeral, Bucky got mad at the preacher for refusing to sing Bart's favorite hymn. The outburst startled the sparse gathering, but the attendees, a handful of men from the stockyard, figured Bucky had a right to misbehave. The mountain of a man, always quick with a joke, was only asking for the preacher to sing a hymn. A week after the funeral, Bucky, with the last pair of his father's mules and a dilapidated wagon he bought for $5, left town. He had $47 in cash, an old shotgun, 2 water bags, a 50-pound bag of pinto beans left over from the original search for Doreen, and a good amount of deer jerky he took from his father's smokehouse. He spoke to no one except old Sheppy, the drunk at the livery, telling him that he planned to travel to Canada, where he hoped to live among the last of the mountain men. He would eventually take his brother's advice and confess that he killed Cynthia Johnson and her infant child, but the confession would only come 12 years later, as he lay dying of gout and heart disease in a remote town in Northern California at the age of 36. Bucky's confessor, an elderly man who occupied the same tumble-down prospector's shack, told him that God could forgive most anything if a man felt sincerely penitent in his heart. It's probable that Bucky did feel sincere when he said his sin had been most pernicious and dire. By that time he had suffered greatly from memories of his murder of Cynthia Johnson, and during his final hours of delirium he persistently begged the old man to rescue a wailing child burning in the next room. Chapter 22, A Twinge of Guilt. Doreen left the Johnson ranch early on a Tuesday morning, perched uncomfortably astride cotton socks. At times she imagined that she would make it without incident to Fort Worth, and once there enjoy a comfortable life working in a saloon. Unfortunately, at other times, an unexpected noise, a bird, or even the sound of wind through the trees filled her with terror. More than once she began to cry and thought seriously about turning back. Each time, though, the frightening image of Henry Walker returned, and she continued, reminding herself again and again of an old story her mother read to her as a child about a man who walked from Italy to China simply by putting one foot in front of the other. The first afternoon passed uneventfully. She followed Cynthia's advice, stopping often to dismount and walk a bit. She also allowed Cotton Socks free rein to drink at any stream they came to, trying her best to focus on the distant hills Cynthia said would guide her to the Shawnee Trail. Once she reached the Shawnee, which Cynthia described as a wide, level path with ruts for a wagon, she need only turn south and within a few days would come to the Red River and Texas. As she had grown older, Doreen had spent less and less time riding horseback,
Consequently, after the first hour of her journey south, she found Cotton Sock's plodding gait increasingly uncomfortable. The soreness in her hindquarters led to more crying. Late in the afternoon, as the shadows grew long, she felt she could go no further and stopped alongside a trickling stream. Cynthia told her she needed to cover 15 miles each day, and at that pace would reach Fort Worth in 2 weeks. She could recall days spent traveling by stagecoach and being told they were covering 60 or 70 miles in a day, so she felt 15 miles would be easily achievable. Doreen failed to recall that coach teams of 4 or 6 horses were changed at periodic intervals 4 or 5 times each day. Doreen didn't understand that Cotton Socks didn't walk much faster than a man. To cover 15 miles would require daily travel of 5 or 6 hours. After warming a bit of water for tea and a wipe, Doreen doused her fire again based on Cynthia's advice. Night would be the most fearsome time, and a fire, though comforting, would draw insects, curious animals, or worst of all, men. Cotton Sock's gonna drive off coyotes and such, but she ain't no protection from a man, Cynthia had said. Back at the Johnson Ranch, it was late afternoon before Henry Walker left in search of Doreen. He packed his 2 best mules with a rifle, extra clothing, blankets, a few tools, a tent, and other camping supplies. He knew Doreen was traveling to Fort Worth and soon found Cotton Sock's trail. Henry wasn't following Doreen because of a concern for her safety. He knew there wasn't much to be afraid of. By the early 1870s in that part of Oklahoma, most of the marauding bands of Plains Indians had been subdued. As for animals, surely Doreen had enough common sense to step back if she heard the telltale sound of a rattlesnake. No, Henry didn't expect he would have to rescue Doreen. He was still trying to answer a question. Most people, upon meeting Cactus Branch for the first time, felt he might be mentally deficient in some way. Even those who knew him well and respected him for his carpentry skills felt Henry lacked something in terms of what psychologists would later call emotional intelligence. In truth, Henry possessed a rare degree of intelligence and empathy, which perhaps explained why he suffered so dramatically from his past. Jake often sent Henry days away to plan and supervise construction projects for other Muskogee and even for other tribes. Jake paid Henry with food, building materials, tools, or livestock. In addition, Jake gave Henry blankets and clothing sewn by his wives. There were even women who came now and then to clean Henry's modest home. As for Henry's question, he felt his dreams must have some significance. The singular sexual encounter with Doreen that first night he rightly dismissed as a serendipitous anomaly based upon circumstances he didn't fully understand. He wanted to believe it had some significance, but Henry was not a stranger to human sexuality. Despite the shocking intensity of the encounter, Henry reasoned that God didn't work in such ways. Still, given the persistence of his dreams of a blonde woman, it seemed possible some purpose existed regarding Doreen. Henry's angel had spoken to him many times in his dreams. The musical tones of the angel's voice always assured him that soon the dark night of his existence would be over. He would find a place where his burdens would be lifted. In his resting place beyond this life, where his mother, father, and auntie all lived, and no massa gave orders, he would finally understand everything. In the place the Bible called heaven, everyone would see him as he was, beautiful, whole, confident, totally unlike his human self. In the next life, people would see his heart. They would know of his kindness, his desire to love and be loved. Henry had never been loved,
And when one is never loved, how can one express love? He spotted Doreen early on the third day. She had not yet left her camp, though the day had already grown warm. He could think of no way to tell her she should travel early to avoid the heat and humidity of late afternoon, so he simply continued to follow at a discreet distance. When Doreen awoke that day, she knew she needed to get going, but she hadn't realized that simply riding all day could be so taxing. It was nearly noon when she pulled herself from the ground, her shoulders and back aching, damp from the heat, miserable and exhausted. She spent half an hour loading her bedroll and ate a plum from the bag of supplies. Despite the heat, the gentle Henny cotton socks carried her without complaint. Doreen had always had a stableman to keep her horses well fed and groomed, and to hitch her carriage or saddle her ride. Consequently, she didn't fully appreciate Cotton Sock's compliant nature. As she rode on through the afternoon, oppressed by the stifling heat and humidity, she often considered stopping. Still, fears of what lay ahead and behind kept her in a state of uneasiness. So she continued into the evening, sweating profusely and crying much of the time. The fourth day of her journey, she awoke again at around noon. Thirsty, she realized her water bag was nearly empty. In a state of anxiousness, she began to hiccup, which brought on more crying. Fortunately, as she rode along, a small stream appeared. A cool breeze came up, and after her drink, knowing that she should keep moving, she remounted. It occurred to her that she had chosen to travel during the hottest part of the day. She resolved to get an earlier start the next morning. The realization that she had solved a minor problem made her feel better, so as she continued riding, she cried less. When she stopped that evening, she thought once more of Cynthia's advice, which had annoyed her at the time. "You got to get on the mule and keep moving. I gave you 2 weeks of supplies. It's all we can spare. You can't expect any help on the trail. You got to get up in the morning and keep on going. You do that, and in 2 weeks' time you'll be in Fort Worth." Cynthia had offered several bits of advice as they hastily packed Cotton Socks. Doreen wished now that she had paid more attention. One of Cynthia's comments did remain firmly in her mind. "When you get a week or so from the house, you're going to come on a big river. I heard they're doing some work on the railroad in those parts, so you may see some white folk. At any rate, this time of year that river is going to be up and running because of all the spring rains. You just stay on the trail and follow it. You're going to make it fine, 'cause there's a bridge runs across that river. It was built by the military during the war, and last I heard it was still good and solid. Thing is, you should try your best to cross right there. Either way, say the bridge is out, you need to turn west. There's a trail right along the river, and you follow that. There are other places to cross, but the bridge is best. Like I say, the river is running high right now. If you must cross, hang on to Cotton Socks. She's a good girl. She's mighty good." "Okay, I got it." Doreen wished now she had listened more carefully to Cynthia's advice. Had she missed something important? Then, as sometimes happens when humans find themselves in challenging situations, Doreen experienced a moment of introspection. Was it possible she had been rude to Cynthia Johnson? After all, the colored woman had only been trying to help. When Doreen stopped on the 5th day, it was nearly dark. She decided to start a small fire. After gathering a few sticks and some tinder, however, she recalled Cynthia's warning. "Fire is only going to draw the attention of some fools out prowling around at night. You don't want to risk that. The most dangerous thing on the trail is going to be a drunk fool, and
That's fearsome enough. She was hungry, but what if some undesirable person was nearby? Once more she began to cry, this time sobbing loudly. Cotton Socks, who she tethered close for protection, nuzzled her gently from behind. A moment later, Doreen had her arms wrapped around the gentle animal. She recalled now how Cynthia had touched Cotton Socks fondly before she left. Cynthia had said the animal was hers to keep. The Henny was tall for her kind and had broad shoulders. Doreen's father, Theo, had taken her to one livestock auction after another from the time she was 2 until she turned 15. Doreen could still recall the disappointment in her father's eyes the day she described auctions as foul-smelling idiots buying and selling foul-smelling animals. Strange that now she felt differently. She could almost hear her father's voice.
A mule's a bit thicker than a horse, though not as quick. A good mule or Henny can be a damn fine mount. You need to look at the chest, legs, hind quarters, and neck. Ask yourself, how does the whole animal fit together?
On and on he went, coaching her on the finer points of judging horses, cattle, mules, and even sheep. Looking at Cotton Socks, Doreen could see that Cynthia had given her a fine animal. "This here be Cotton Socks," Doreen recalled Cynthia saying. "She ain't old, but she's old enough. She been around these parts and others, so she's smart. She ain't never gonna buck none, even if you get off in some water or on a steep trail. She's a mighty good girl." Doreen recalled now how Cynthia wrapped her arms around the animal's neck. "She's a very, very good girl." Cynthia spoke to Cotton Socks like the Henny was her child or a cherished pet. "And she's gonna take this white woman safe to Fort Worth, ain't she? Yes, she is." Cynthia had rubbed one of Cotton Sock's ears, an action the animal seemed to appreciate. "She gonna make sure this white woman gets safe home to Fort Worth, and Miss Doreen ain't gonna have no reason to hate us none, because we give her the best we have." Doreen suddenly realized the last bit of Cynthia's speech, ostensibly spoken to the animal, had been for her benefit. For a moment she felt a twinge of guilt. Exhausted, Doreen relaxed against a log as the skies, dotted with clouds, darkened. Grasshoppers chirred and the fragrant aroma of sage filled the air. She had managed to find a comfortable spot near a small pond beneath a stand of oak. In the waning light, the water beckoned to her. All afternoon, sweating in the heat, she had been longing for a bath. As the day faded, shading the western skies dark purple, she decided she would rinse her clothes and take a dip. Standing near the water, she disrobed and gingerly waded in. Henry pitched his tent on a well-covered ridge overlooking Doreen's campsite. With his mule secured, he crawled beneath a stand of cedar and with a small surveyor's telescope had a good view of her campsite. Once darkness fell, he would not be able to see her, so he watched intently through the glass for several long minutes. Through the spyglass, he watched as Doreen disrobed and waded into the pond. Pulling furiously on his John Henry, he struggled to keep her in focus in the telescope's small field of vision. Within moments, he felt the familiar release. He longed for Doreen's touch, but knew she was repelled by his ugliness. After releasing his seed into his hand, racked with guilt over his lustful behavior, he vowed to remain her watchful protector and only reveal himself should danger appear. For 3 days they traveled on, Doreen sobbing at times and at others reflecting on moments spent with family,
brief encounters with some cowboy in the back of a grain room, her mother talking about some book or church function. At the same time, Cactus Branch, a mile or so behind, continued to study Doreen with the spyglass, imagining what life might be like if she came to trust him, then scolding himself for his stupidity. As has been previously noted, Henry was no idiot. He realized his surveillance of Doreen was unnatural. He wondered if other men suffered from their lust, but had never had a mentor or role model to inform him of what might be normal. Did all men, at times, fall victim to their animal instincts to such a degree that they could think only of crude rutting? Most of the time, he felt quite certain that Doreen would never regard him as more than a monster. He knew about fear, had experienced terrors of his own, and had no desire to inspire fear in others. He had determined long ago that even if life and circumstances decreed, he would always live alone, without family or friends, for the rest of his days. He would never become like the cruel night riders that had murdered his father and condemned him to a life of handicap and exile from human comfort. Chapter 23, A Question She Had to Answer. On the 8th day out, Doreen arrived at the Red River, the boundary between Indian Territory and Texas. She recalled how Cynthia had mentioned the possibility of a rail crew at the border, and indeed, like a colony of ants toiling away at their dusty hill, hundreds of men swarmed around the framework of a bridge under construction. One of the crew bosses greeted her as she approached. "Howdy, ma'am. Don't see a lot of white folks traveling from the north. Pretty thing like yourself in Indian Territory, mighty unusual. Where are you headed?" The man's thick Scottish English made him nearly incomprehensible. "Fort Worth," she said. "Well, that's a good wide trail, ma'am. About a week's travel for you, I reckon. We have riders that make it a lot quicker than that, and wagons going that way now and then. You might join in with some of those boys. Hitch up your mule behind. The wagon boys will get you there in 3 days. Less if the roads ain't washed out. Though I reckon it would be a hard run for your animal. Those wagon boys change teams 3 or 4 times a day. Ever been to Fort Worth?" "No," she said. 5 years ago there wasn't much there. A bunch of scraggly natives, a few soldiers, saloons, and low-down types, maybe 500 folks. Then they finally got things straightened out with a railroad. This time next year, you'll be able to ride from Fort Worth in comfort all the way up to Kansas City or St. Louis, hell, all the way to New York." "You say I might be able to ride aboard a wagon from here?" Even a rough supply wagon sounded luxurious compared to another day astride cotton socks. "Hell yeah, I reckon them boys would be mighty glad to have a pretty lady like you along. They drive their teams hard, though, make 50 or 60 mile a day. You figure your mule can run along at that pace?" I'm not sure." "Well, I'd hitch up with the next bunch heading out. They got some supply wagon or another coming in and out of here a couple of times a week." The man scanned Doreen. "I could check on the next wagon and drop by your tent later," he said with a wink. "I haven't got a tent." "I noticed you were traveling light. Paddy Patterson, by the way." The man nudged his mount closer and extended a hand. "I have a couple of extra tents. How about I have a pair of men pitch one of them for you by the river over yonder? Find you a nice quiet spot. We'll even get you a cot to sleep on. Pretty young gal like yourself shouldn't be bunking on the ground." Doreen didn't fail to notice the look in Paddy's eyes. She found the bald Scotsman with his thick accent and bulging gut both unattractive and old. Even so, his offer of a tent and cot sounded irresistible. She knew what she wanted and figured a little roll with the men wouldn't be unbearable. She had planned to become a saloon girl in Fort Worth anyway. Undoubtedly, there would be worse than Patty in a cattle town.
If you plan on climbing into the cot with me, you'd best get yourself bathed and cleaned up before you come.
She looked him squarely in the eye.
And I get $4 for a roll.
Patterson looked at her for a moment, then smiled broadly. Hell, I'm giving you a tent and cot. Them gals in Fort Worth don't charge but 4 bits for full service.
I will gladly decline your gift of a cotton tent, and thank you for keeping your affections to yourself then,
Doreen said.
I am accustomed to Kansas City, and expect more.
Well, I wasn't planning anything anyhow, Patterson said a little too loudly. But since you offered, I reckon I got $4 for a roll. You are awful pretty. The tent and cot ain't mine anyway. They belong to the railroad, and they don't give a shit.
The offer is not to be repeated to your friends. I'm traveling to Fort Worth, where I already have a position. I'm not a common bar girl to be passed from one slovenly cowboy to the next. I'm doing this out of courtesy for your gracious offer of the tent.
No, yes, ma'am. Patterson bowed in his saddle. And I reckon I'm honored that a fine lady such as yourself would have me for a little roll. I won't tell any of the other men. No, ma'am.
Good.
Cactus Branch, unlike Doreen, felt uneasy about riding directly into the construction works. He had traveled this direction in the past with Jake McQueen, but the bridge was new. He remained on the northern side, hiding in the tall brush, watching pensively as Doreen crossed the bridge. He knew he could not follow without being challenged by one of the crew bosses. If he wanted to cross, he would need to find a fording point elsewhere. Following a game trail that ran along the riverside, he veered into the thicket of switchgrass, cattails, and oak brush. A quarter-mile upstream, he found a rocky promontory and gazed across at the opposite bank, watching steel drivers and rail handlers hard at work. Teams of oxen pulled wagons loaded with lumber, equipment, or debris here and there. Supervisors sat on horses ready to bring the whip down should one of the workers, mostly Chinamen and former slaves, move too slowly. Thanks to spring rains, the river was high. Crossing anywhere but the bridge would be a challenge. Henry didn't want to abandon his notion that Doreen held some special significance in his life, but he had grown weary from his own internal debate on the matter. What if the dreams were meaningless? What if his decision to follow Doreen had been nothing more than a manifestation of his own troubled mind? Perhaps he thought he should find a place to camp for the night, then start for home the next day. Petty Patterson, an overseer, had permission to requisition items for his crew. The supply clerk, a friend of Patty's, didn't ask questions, so Patty, thinking Doreen might make it worth his while, added a galvanized washpan, 2 blankets, a lantern, a half-gallon can of kerosene, and a pillow, along with the tent and cot. When he found her waiting near the bridge, he said, "I scouted out a good spot yonder, hiding off in some trees. It's perched up on a good promontory with a grand view of the river."
"I don't plan to be here for long," Doreen said. "You told me there was a wagon going to Fort Worth soon."
"Yes, ma'am, that's true enough." An idea had occurred to Patty.
"Thing is, pretty gal like you, well, you could make a little spending money with
my help, if you had a mind to." When Patty mentioned money, he hit upon a topic that had been troubling Doreen. She had left Abilene so hastily she hadn't considered money. "What are we talking about?" she asked. "Well," Patty chuckled, "like I say, you're a pretty thing. Exceptionally pretty, I'd say. Plus, these fellers are lonely. Truth is, we got several men like me working here, bosses and supervisors and such. As you know, men have needs for health and such. Needs only a woman can provide." She looked at him for a moment, then said, "Are you suggesting I work as a common whore?" "No, ma'am," Patty waved his hands. "Well, I mean, not whoring as such. Prostituting would be more like it. We wouldn't have to think of you as no common whore, but rather a fine flower." Patty grinned at his skillful use of language. "Thing is, these men, supervisors and such like me, get paid regular, $25 a week in gold coin, but they ain't got nowhere to spend it. There are a couple of gals working over at the little shed Sven Gutterson set up, but both those women are old and ugly. Sven gets $2 a pop on them. I figure a pretty gal like you could get $2 a pop back in Fort Worth or Kansas City, hell, anywhere. Sven's girl would have a hard time selling their business for 2 bits in Fort Worth. The thing is, there's a good many fellers here that would pay $3 or even $3.50 for a daisy, like yourself. Shit, I done told you how I'd pay $4. Why do I need your help?" Doreen had already decided that the ill-bred Scotsman might be on to something, though she wasn't certain she wanted to become Patty's business partner. "Well, ma'am, I don't have to tell you these are rough parts. The thing is, in Fort Worth, one of them saloon owners is likely to give you no more than 25 cents on the dollar for your services. Out here we could do a split of, say, 50-50, or I'll see to it none of these colored men or the troublesome kind will harm you none. I got a couple of men to help." She thought about it for a moment and realized Patterson was probably right. She would need a liaison to weed out the undesirables and defend her from the brutish elements that surely existed in a work camp of this size. Patty, despite his doltish manner, might be her best prospect in terms of someone she could manipulate. "I will give you 25%, she said, "and I will collect the money. I will only sleep with the men I wish, and if a man gets rough or refuses to leave, then it will be your job to see to it he goes. Do you understand?" "He ain't got to pay if you says no, does he?" Patterson asked, one eyebrow raised. "No, of course he doesn't have to pay if I say no. However, if he should refuse to pay up front, he must go. Do you feel you're capable of handling these men?" "I reckon it ain't no problem. Still, I'll be needing to hire a couple of others to help. 25% ain't hardly worth my time." "Then I will travel on to Fort Worth with the wagon when it arrives." Doreen used an old business tactic her father had taught her years earlier by forcing the buyer, in this case Patty Patterson, to make a hasty decision. One could often get them to agree to less than favorable terms. "Do you think I might get an occasional roll? I mean, as a little sweetener to the deal. Maybe me and my boys could get some now and then. I reckon that would go a long way to making this deal more likable. You and 2 others may enjoy my services for half price once each week. If you want more, you pay just as anyone else would. I am also closed for business when I decide to close. Is that understood?" Oh, of course. We don't expect you to work round the clock. How many cowboys you figure you can service in a day? She thought for a moment, but realized she wasn't sure. It didn't matter because her father had taught her not to be distracted in such cases. The price will be $4, she said. That's $1 for you. Tell the men the amount is payable to me up front. I will keep the money and pay you at the end of each day. Do we have a deal? I get $1 for each feller? Paddy attempted to calculate the amount in his mind, and then in the air with an invisible pencil. So, if you service 10 men in a day, then that is nearly $10? It's $10 exactly. Doreen wondered how a man so lacking math skills could be working as a supervisor at a construction site. You figure you can service 10 fellers in a day? The number seemed reasonable to Doreen, so she nodded. Yes, I think that's probably about right. Well, sir, Paddy wasn't the sharpest knife, but even he recognized that $10 a day would add substantially to his weekly salary. It's a deal, he said. Henry peered through his telescope, watching as Doreen appeared alongside a burly white man with a bald head and a voluminous red beard. The red-haired man helped Doreen pitch a tent, and then together they went inside. Henry chose not to consider what they might be doing. When they reappeared, the man adjusted his belt, mounted his horse, and left. Concealed beneath a chinkapin oak, he watched intently for over an hour. The entire time Doreen sat on a log near her tent, weaving a switchgrass fan. Eventually Henry dozed off. When he awoke, he noticed that another man had joined Doreen. They too went into Doreen's tent, then reappeared a few minutes later. Henry was accustomed to watching as everyone around him experienced life. It wasn't as if he could do anything about the situation. Even so, he felt a twinge of jealousy. As evening approached, he cleared a circular area and made camp. He secured his mules, ignoring the men coming and going from Doreen's tent. He could no longer entertain the eccentric notion that his dreams had special significance. The next morning he would pack his things and return home. You are not to bring any men other than whites, or perhaps Spaniards, Doreen scolded Paddy Patterson. Jim's a Frenchie, a Creole. He ain't no darky per se, and he's a fine man. Those are the rules, and don't forget the price is $4. That's another thing. One of the men said you told him it was only $2. Well, now, $4's a steep price. I mean, some of the men ain't paid as well as me. Most of them don't make but $15 a week. If you want to allow them to take your dollar, fine, but I get $3 apiece, and I collect the money. If you want to forego your profit, just tell me before we start. Make sure you tell them I collect the money. Got it? Yes, ma'am, I got it. I ain't hard of hearing. And watch the attitude. Now go on and don't send more than 2 more tonight. Yes, ma'am. I got to say, you got a fine pussy, miss. Don't be an idiot. Doreen rolled her eyes in disgust, waving him away. She had already grown weary of Paddy Patterson. The man turned every comment into a sexual innuendo. A half hour or so later, her final client appeared outside her tent. The man who shared Paddy's red beard paid his $4 with a smile and introduced himself as Paddy O'Shea. I've about had my share of Paddy's for the day, Doreen said. The encounter with O'Shea proved uninteresting. Another dim, snorting idiot who finished in 30 seconds and stammered about how beautiful she looked. Half an hour later, Patterson arrived with another Irishman, Tommy or Mickey or Red. She couldn't be sure, but Doreen immediately reminded Patty that she had already seen her last customer. A lengthy bit of coercion and begging ensued, but Doreen remained firm, and the fifth Paddy of the day, whatever his name happened to be, left with the promise that he would be first the following evening. As the hour grew late, Doreen thought once more of Abilene and her impromptu exit from town, her protracted illness following her abortion, and the local doctor's solemn prognosis that she would never have children weighed heavily upon her mind. How different things might have been if she had married Roman Cardenas. The handsome gambler had assured her of his love when she told him about her pregnancy. Then Roman disappeared 2 days later. Doreen suspected her father had paid him to leave town. Roman's disappearance, the abortion, the humiliation of her father's switchings, the odious boarding school, all of it filled her with resentment. She resolved not to go crawling back, not yet anyway. She might be spoiled and lack common sense, but she didn't lack will. Even though whoring was disgusting, it had only taken one afternoon to reach that conclusion. At least the men seemed grateful. Plus, in one day, she had collected over $30, as much as many men earn in a month. From her spot atop the wooded knoll, she watched the moon reflecting upon the rippling Ochre River. The sounds of birds and the rushing water calmed her senses. Exhausted from her first day as a working woman, Doreen entered her tent and slept. The more Henry considered his decision to leave the next morning, the more irresolute he felt. As darkness fell, he wished for one final glimpse of Doreen. Perhaps, he told himself, if he could see her up close, then he could resolve the question of whether to stay or go. Unfortunately, crossing the bridge still wasn't possible. There were men out and about, and he would surely be questioned. As for crossing the river in its current state, swollen by spring rain, fording would require his mules. He couldn't risk the animals. Looking at the bridge, an idea of how he might cross occurred to him. The group of men socializing by campfires were some distance from the bridge, and even though a pair of sentries remained, men on horseback carrying lanterns, they didn't seem particularly watchful. So it was easy enough to reach the base of the partially constructed bridge undetected. He had noticed scaffolding beneath the work site during the day. He realized he could probably use some of those wooden structures to aid his crossing. He had brought along a rig he used for dragging felled trees, a rope with a grappling hook at one end. With the hook and line in hand, he waded into the swift current beneath the bridge and cast the hook until it caught on the wooden scaffolding. Pulling himself along, he repeated the process, moving from one point to the next until he reached the other side. During the crossing, a light rain began to fall, accompanied by booming thunder and flashes of lightning. He edged along the river bank until he came to Doreen's camp. Once again, employing the grappling hook, he scaled the 20-foot-high embankment. When he reached the top, he settled into a thicket of brush 30 yards from her tent. Within 5 minutes, the misting rain became a downpour. Patterson had done a solid job of pitching the tent, placing it on a minor hillock between a pair of red oaks so water drained away on all sides, and the trees acted as windbreaks. She couldn't sleep because of the fluttering canvas and thunder, but thanks to the cot, tent, and blankets, she felt warm and dry. It was then that she heard something outside.
"Is this here the tent with the whore?"
Annoyed, she sat up, searching for the lucifers and her lamp. She found the box, but before she could strike a match, the tent flap flew open, revealing an enormous figure silhouetted by a flash of lightning.
"I come to get me some of that pussy."
The man stepped in without an invitation. "What the hell are you doing?"
"I come to get me a little. Get them bloomers off, gal."
"You need to see Mr. Patterson. Come back tomorrow and I'll give you a discount."
"Tomorrow? Hell no. I'm gonna get me a pinch right now. Then we'll see about tomorrow."
"You have to talk with Patty Patterson."
"Patterson said you were closed for the night, but he ain't the boss of me."
"Well, you ain't getting—"
Before she could get the words out, the foul-smelling man, another red-haired Scotsman, pulled her from the cot. Doreen screamed, raking her nails across his face. "I like a little fight. Feisty ones is the best." The man tore away her undershirt, thrusting his enormous hand into her privates.
"Stop! Oh, please! That hurts!"
Doreen fought, scratching and biting.
"Help! Help!"
Then something odd happened. Someone else entered the tent. At first, she thought it must be Patty Patterson. Her would-be rapist stopped, suddenly let out a pained roar, then stumbled backwards. "What in the holy... God damn it!" The man flailed about, reaching for something in his back. Then lightning flashed, and Doreen saw the second man silhouetted behind her assailant. A scream caught in her throat as she recognized Henry Walker. Had Henry lassoed her rapist? Meanwhile, the Scotsman windmilled his arms, still reaching for something in his back. Then Doreen realized what had happened. Her assailant had an iron grappling hook attached to a rope, buried in his right shoulder. She screamed as Henry used the device to drag the man from the tent. Through the open tent flap, illuminated by the strobing lightning, she watched as the two men grappled. For a moment, it looked like the Scotsman might get the best of things, but Henry gave the rope a hard jerk, and the red-bearded rapist went to his knees. With a smooth motion, Henry looped the lariat around the man's neck and dragged him toward the embankment. In stop motion, Doreen watched as Henry shoved the man over the edge, then stood there bearing the man's weight, struggling to maintain his footing as the Scotsman twitched and jerked on the line below. She rose from the cot and, oblivious to the rain, crossed to the edge. Her assailant twisted and turned, grasping desperately first at the rope, then for a handhold on the steep, rain-slick embankment. Henry gave the rope a series of tremendous jerks, and like a marionette, the helpless Patty hopped and danced in midair. In less than a minute, the macabre puppet grew still. She watched in horror as Cactus Branch lowered the corpse to the water's edge, then made his way to a spot where cottonwood roots curled down the cliffside. She watched as Henry descended, shoved the dead Scotsman into the Red River, and began trudging along the muddy banks, slipping and sliding as he pulled the floating dead man's remains along behind. She remained there, her body shivering from adrenaline and the soaking rain, until Henry disappeared altogether in the mist and gloom. Henry knew he needed to clear the bridge pilings before he could release the body downstream. The river, swollen by the torrential rain, tried to take the Irishman's body. Henry was forced to loop the rope around his waist to keep from losing control. Tree limbs and other debris rushed by in the surging torrent to his left, and the rope slipped through his one good hand more than once. In the near pitch darkness, he could no longer see the body or much of anything. When he reached the bridge, he waded in up to his waist. He felt the rope go slack and knew the man's body must have caught up against one of the bridge supports.
The river flowed with such raging ferocity Henry could hardly stand. Looping the rope around one of the iron bridge footings, he secured himself. Even so, he knew if the current took him, he might be unable to pull himself to safety. He waded deeper, thinking he must be nearing the river's deepest point. When he glanced back, however, he saw in a flash of lightning that he was less than 30 feet from shore. It was fortunate that the dead Scotsman's body was there. Henry could go no further. Clinging to the rope, he managed to remove the hook from the Scotsman's back. He secured the rope a second time, wrapping it around a bit of scaffolding, then around his waist again to free both his good left arm and his injured right hand. The Scotsman's body was tangled in a mass of limbs. For an interminable 10 minutes, Henry struggled to free the dead man. One by one, he pulled limbs away. Finally, after giving the gruesome mass of mud, tree roots, and human remains a great shove, everything shifted, then broke loose, taking the bearded rapist by the bridge pilings and scaffolding and into the open river beyond. A moment later, Doreen's assailant disappeared altogether, carried away into the black night by the pummeling torrent. As he made his way back to shore, Henry prayed the body would float miles away to a place where the work crew and authorities would never find it, a place where coyotes, buzzards, kites, and worms could pick away at it until nothing remained. Following the disappearance of Henry and the dead Scotsman, Doreen, soaked and shivering, returned to her tent where she huddled on her cot. Thoughts raced through her mind: regrets, recognition of her own foolishness, guilt over her horrific past behavior, terror at the reappearance of Henry Walker, and one odd realization. As she sat weeping, her shivering fight or flight response dissipating, she realized that Henry had saved her life. Could it be the misshapen monster, the man who had inspired such fear, was more than he seemed? Had Henry been watching her since she left Cecil and Cynthia Johnson's ranch? Gradually the rain became a drizzling mist, then stopped altogether. As the skies cleared and stars emerged, alleviating some of the pitch blackness, she gathered her courage and stepped outside. The tent would provide no protection should Cactus Branch return, and the canvas walls felt suffocating. Oddly, she didn't feel particularly frightened. If Henry had been following all this time, there would have been ample opportunity for him to have his way with her already, yet he hadn't. Instead of indulging her fears, Doreen was forced once more to examine her own behavior and her situation. She knew that some men, like the drunken Scotsman, simply took what they wanted. Why had she thought Paddy Patterson would protect her? Remaining on her present course would require either a return to Abilene and the humiliation and restrictions her father would surely impose, or she would have to find someone to help her. She needed someone who would be there if another assailant appeared, and she realized an answer had already presented itself. The deformed and psychologically tortured man they called Cactus Branch had saved her, and Doreen sensed he would do so again. She shivered at the thought. In a sense, the thought of Henry still terrified her. Were her fears irrational? If she was honest with herself, she knew Henry had not sexually assaulted her the night she arrived at the Johnson Ranch. She had initiated the encounter. She had called out to Henry that first night. But what of Cynthia Johnson's story about Henry and the two white women that Henry had supposedly raped and killed? The story had terrified her at the time, but thinking back, there were questions about Cynthia's motives. They had been tussling over the broom when Henry arrived and separated them. Had Cynthia recognized that she feared Henry, Could it be that Cynthia, in her desperation to be rid of a troublesome house guest, had invented the story? Doreen considered how Cynthia had seemed almost desperately unwilling to allow her to talk with Cecil about her leaving. Cynthia had good reason to invent a story about Henry. The rancher's wife feared for her own family and would say anything. Riddled with guilt and appalled by her own stupidity, Doreen felt she might cry, but this time she didn't. Everything, all her difficulties, all her suffering, all her angst, everything had been her own fault. The recognition that she had no one to blame but herself felt like an icy bath. It set her teeth on edge and heightened her senses, even though she didn't like what she saw. Seeing herself, admitting her error in judgment clarified things. The question was, would she have the courage to act upon her revelation? Exhausted from all that had transpired, she returned to the tent and huddled once more on the cot. Droplets of rainwater from the trees fell rhythmically atop the tent. She wrapped herself in her blankets and walked outside. It would be daybreak soon. As the first red line of dawn appeared, she called Henry's name, thinking perhaps he might be nearby. There was no answer, so she crossed to the embankment. No signs of struggle remained from the previous night. The river had washed everything downstream. No man or horse could possibly ford the river in this state. Her gaze fell naturally upon the bridge, even though the structure, which would eventually include a road for wagons and a rail line, was only partially complete. Concrete and iron footings already traversed the entirety of the nearly 300-foot wide Red River. Workers had already assembled scaffolding that allowed passage on horseback to the other side. Illuminated by the halo of light above the forest to the east, she saw a familiar figure. Curved back, one arm held closely to his side, hurrying along. She watched as Henry reached the other side, then turned into the tall switchgrass and cane blanketing the opposite shore. She knew Henry's camp must be there somewhere. Later, when she had a little time to rest and gather her courage, she would cross, look for, and perhaps talk with the odd slave who had protected her from a would-be rapist. She would ask Henry why he had done it. Why had he followed her for so many days? Why had he called her an angel? No matter what he might say in reply, she would ask Henry for his help. Doreen wasn't ready to go back to Abilene. She wasn't ready to admit to her father that she had acted like a fool and needed his help. She would carry through with her plans, despite what her father or anyone wanted. Chapter 24, Unfinished Business. When Cecil left Mr. Sugars and his two surviving children near Colorado City, he promised he would see them again. He told his elderly hired man to continue north to Fort Collins and gave Mr. Sugars $453 in gold, the total minus $20 from the sale of 20 mules in Abilene and an additional 63 assorted mules, hinnies, and ponies to the U.S. Cavalry at Fort Union. Cecil felt grateful that Colonel Alexander agreed to purchase the stock, even though the price was less than a third of what he might have gotten otherwise. Alexander said he wanted to pay more, but simply didn't have the budget. Cecil couldn't ask Mr. Sugars to watch the children and a herd of nearly 100 animals, even though the elderly gentleman seemed willing to try. "Wait for me in Fort Collins," Cecil said. "Cottonmouth says he will send word to Sergeant Williams there. Williams will find folks to put y'all up for a while. When I get back, we'll move on to Wyoming Territory or maybe further west." Cecil could think of nothing more to say. There was no contingency should he fail to return. Before leaving, he pulled his 5-year-old son and 3-year-old daughter to his chest for a moment, and then, with a wave goodbye, rode east. He planned to travel first to Dodge City to tell the sheriff what had happened. With 2 mules, he traveled 200 miles in 4 days, arriving on a warm Monday evening in late May, and found a spot to camp for the night. The following morning, Cecil arrived at the Dodge City jail at 8 a.m., hoping to speak with Sheriff Lawrence Dagger. Dagger, a angular gentleman with a curling handlebar mustache, acknowledged Cecil with a slight nod. Cecil recalled Major Alexander's thoughts about the sheriff. "He's not a friendly man, but he's a Kansan. He does his job by the book, regardless of whether he likes it or not. That's what you need right now." "I'm Cecil Johnson." Cecil presented his hand, which the sheriff ignored. Cecil stood for a long, uncomfortable moment, lowered his arm, then added, "I served under Colonel Alexander at Fort Union." "What can I help you with?" Digger, preoccupied with his paperwork, didn't look up. "Yes, sir. I wish to report that a white woman, Miss Doreen Tarwater, arrived at my place in Indian Territory toward the end of March. Then a week later a man or group of men looking for Miss Tarwater arrived at my home and killed my wife and infant child and burned my home." Deeger placed his pen into an inkwell and cleared his throat. "Go on," he said. "I have a written statement with those dates as well as other details. I feel it's essential I file a public complaint. As I said, my wife and one of my children died in the attack. We had no relations with Miss Tarwater beyond—" The sheriff lifted a hand, his expression remaining neutral. "Do you know how to read? I assume if you wrote a statement, you can read." "Yes, sir, I can read." "Okay, then, if I have questions, I'll ask them. If we need to, we have 2 lawyers in Dodge. I'll have one of them witness your document." "If you feel it's necessary, sir." "Let's hear it first." There was a long moment as Cecil pulled his statement from a leather pouch. He had hoped to maintain a professional tone, but as he read, recounting the events surrounding his wife's death, he was forced to pause more than once to regain his composure. "Statement regarding events of March 18th through April 5th. I, Cecil Johnson, sold mules to Theo Tarwater on March 18th. We were returning to my place in Oklahoma Territory, 4 days on the road, over half the way home. That evening, March 23rd, we found that Miss Doreen Tarwater had been hiding in one of the wagons. Neither my hired man, Mr. Sugars, nor myself knew she had been there until that time." "Hang on," the sheriff interrupted. "You didn't know she was there for 4 days?" Cecil swallowed nervously. "She had been under some canvas there in the back of Mr. Sugar's wagon. We were driving hard, making 30 miles a day trying to get home. My man, Mr. Sugars, ain't too good at seeing nor hearing. Wagons and mules make a good deal of jingling and such. She had been eating on some crackers and jerky we had in the wagon. At any rate, we couldn't just put her out there on the road. We were already past Wichita." "Go on." Digger dusted the papers he had been working on and placed them to one side to dry, clearly interested now in Cecil's story. "Yes, sir. The afternoon we first knew Miss Tarwater was in the wagon, I suggested Mr. Sugars take 2 of the mules and Miss Tarwater to Fort Gibson, 2 days' ride to the east. Miss Tarwater said she wasn't going back. She said she would tell her father or the authorities that we had.
Cecil paused, taking a deep breath.
That we had kidnapped her and molested her if we were to take her back.
If you took her back, she would say that you had kidnapped her and molested her?
Yes, sir. She said she hated her daddy and wasn't going to go back.
Why didn't you take her back even though she threatened you, if you hadn't done anything to her?
All due respect, Sheriff, a white woman says she's been molested by a black man, no matter the circumstances. Chances are that black man ends up swinging from a rope. I had a wife and 3 young'uns.
Point taken, Deeger said. What happened next? Cecil paused to regain his composure, then continued.
We arrived 3 days later at our ranch in Indian Territory, afternoon of March 28th. Miss Tarwater was housed proper in a shed where our hired man, Mr. Sugars, usually stayed. During her time there, we made sure she had good meals in the morning, afternoon, and evening.
Cecil paused again, but decided he would add a detail.
I didn't write this part down, but we discussed taking her on south to the Red River. We meant the woman no harm, though harm came on mine because of her. Anyway,
Cecil gathered his statement once more, composed himself, and continued.
On the morning of March 30th, Miss Tarwater left with the help of my wife. We gave her food supplies and a good mule. We ain't seen her again after that day.
You said the events of your statement went through the 5th of April.
Yes, sir. April 5th was the day the men showed up at our place looking for Miss Tarwater.
I see.
On the afternoon of April 5th, I was away working 3 miles west of our place.
You weren't there at your home.
If you weren't there, how can you testify as to what happened? My son and daughter were there, and they saw it, Cecil said. They saw the man that killed my wife and heard him say how he was looking for Miss Tarwater.
I don't see either of your children here.
No, sir. We decided it was best to gather what we could and leave. I couldn't be sure if the men who killed my wife were still present in the area. I was fearful for the lives of my other children.
Any statement regarding the events surrounding your wife's death isn't worth a plug nickel in court. It's hearsay.
That fella shot my wife and then burned her and my baby alive inside. That ain't hearsay. I seen my wife's bones, and the bones of my infant child.
Cecil paused and took a deep breath, composing himself.
We had to leave our home.
Dager nodded and extended his hand.
Go on and give me the statement. I'll look at it and get it stamped with the date. But I don't know what you expect me or anyone to do. I didn't reckon you would do anything, sir. I just wanted an official record of things filed proper and right, so folks somewhere might know that I didn't do no harm to no one. I can't just curl up and quit. I got to go on for the sake of my 2 remaining young'uns.
Cecil handed Dager the paper. The sheriff took the document, slipped it into a drawer, and stood. Cecil, his years of military training returning instinctively, saluted.
an action that drew a deep sigh from Sheriff Dager. "Thank you, sir," Cecil said, preparing to leave. The sheriff had given his word he would keep a record of his statement. Cecil had done what he came to do. "Hang on." "Sir?" "Mr. Johnson, I will keep my word and I'll send this on to Abilene. If I could do more, well, as you were, soldier." Cecil nodded, trying to relax. When he spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. "I'm just trying to keep what's left of my family safe, sir. I am all they have. I'm going back to Indian Territory to bury my wife and baby. Then I need to get on back with my other young'uns. Mr. Tarwater there in Abilene is a rich man. I can understand him being upset about his daughter. The fact is, I don't know where she might be. A rich man has the power to come after a poor man, especially a poor colored man. My children, a boy just turned 5, and his little sister need me alive. I'm not looking for justice. I ain't no fool. I just don't want to see my name on wanted posters for something I've never done. I just want to live peaceably and raise my 2 children." The sheriff looked at Cecil for a long moment, and then his expression softened. "Tell you what, for what it's worth, and that ain't much, I believe you. I can't say if the sheriff over in Abilene will do a damn thing. Chances are he won't. But if you should come to trial, we'll have this on file, and if you mention my name, I'll testify as to your character. Coming here was a courageous choice." Cecil left Dodge City still heavily burdened, but feeling more confident about a life for himself and his children, for now he had business in Indian Territory. He carried his Henry rifle cleaned and ready. If men appeared asking about Doreen Tarwater, he wouldn't hesitate. As a former soldier with 10 years of Army training, he knew how to pull a trigger as well as any white man. Chapter 25, A Change of Heart. "Damn it, Matt, let's make camp." Brant's neck ached and his lips were cracked from the dry wind. "I'm heading for that tree over yonder." "That's 2 or 3 miles or more. We won't get over there until after dark." "The horses need water, and so do we." "Shit, a week ago it wouldn't stop raining. Now it feels like the damn Sahara." The landscape remained green from the spring rains, the ground blanketed with yellow, red, and purple wildflowers. In another week, without more rain, the flowers would be gone, and the only green in a sea of tan would be cholla cactus, yucca, evergreen shrubs, and tiny succulents. They had been riding from first light to dusk for 5 days. Summer had arrived, and by late afternoon Matt had stopped theorizing about the case. They rode in exhausted silence, arriving at the line of deciduous trees as the setting sun colored the skies orange and gray. As they had hoped, the patch of forest harbored a narrow stream. They had reached the geographical point where the rolling central plains gave way to the more thickly forested regions of eastern Oklahoma, Arkansas, and northern Louisiana. As they removed their saddles and gears, the horses and mules, damp with sweat, shivered, blowing and drinking heavily from the stream. In the shaded twilight, Brant sparked a lucifer, and with oil purchased from a remote trading post only 2 days earlier, lit a lantern. Before pitching the tents, he completely unloaded both mules and both horses and gave all 4 a good curry. "We need to give them a few hours to graze tomorrow morning," he said. It annoyed Brant that Matt never seemed interested in the well-being of the animals, though it wasn't a matter to be spoken of. If we ride on, I think we can get to the Johnson place by tomorrow evening." Matt already had a second lantern going and was seated on a log making notes. "Do what? What's the hurry?" "I think Doreen is still alive." "Matt, there's no conclusive evidence to suggest she's alive or dead. Those bailers said she was buried there at the Johnson place. So if that's true, there's no hurry to look for her grave. According to Cottonmouth, she left the Johnson place headed south. So if that's the case, she's long gone. How can you see to write?" "The light is fine, and Doreen Tarwater isn't dead. Most likely she's in Fort Worth. There's a railroad going in right up that Shawnee Trail. My guess is she would have run into a work crew traveling south. That's no more than a few days' ride from here."
"Well, why don't we just go to Fort Worth?"
"Well, we're supposed to be tracking Cecil Johnson. Why do I have to keep reminding you of that? You said he was coming in this direction. Remember your vision?"
Matt, who usually could be counted on for a pleasant disposition, was in a foul mood. "All right, I'm tired of this shit too, and I think the horses need a rest."
"Going to the Johnson place is the logical option. I don't like the idea that we've spent nearly a month on this thing, but I feel your dream, has us on the right track."
"So we go to the Johnson place, then on to Fort Worth? Or do we just quit it if we get to the Johnson's place and don't find anything?"
"I haven't decided."
"We ain't going to see if we can find this Tarwater gal alive?"
"Like I said, I'm not sure."
Brent slept fitfully and was awake before sunrise. Neck and back aching, he remained on his cot until first light. As he groaned and placed one foot on the ground, Matt, shirtless and in his skivvies, climbed from his bunk and left the tent. Brent followed, and both men spent a few minutes washing in the chilly stream. Brent dressed wet, knowing his things would dry quickly enough. The horses and mules snorted and stamped at the early start. Getting them saddled and packs situated took nearly an hour. They rode until noon, Matt checking his compass and notes from time to time. After lunch, Matt said they would make camp. The animals needed rest. "I said the same thing last night," Brent said. "Why is it when I say something, it never happens until it's your idea?"
"I agreed with you. I just thought we could make it to the Johnson place."
"What changed your mind?"
"I didn't change my mind. We could make it, but you're right. The animals need rest. Plus, we may need them rested some tomorrow."
"They would have been better off if we had let them rest this morning, if you'd listened to me in the first place."
"Damn it, Hunter, could we just change the subject?"
"That's the same thing you always do. Rather than admit I'm right, you say, 'Let's change the subject.'"
"I just said you were right."
Brent fluttered his lips. It wasn't worth arguing about. They awoke early the next day, still exhausted. Around 10 in the morning, they topped a rise and spotted the burned-out remains of the Johnson homestead. Alongside the charred remains stood a line of 15 or 20 mules tethered to a wagon. "You think that's Johnson's doing?"
"Did you see any of this here in your dream?"
Matt asked. It wasn't like that exactly, but yeah, maybe."
"You said you looked at that charm deal and you saw Johnson."
"He was under a juniper, hidden, scared as hell, and sad like."
"Brantley, how could you tell if the man was sad?"
"It was a dream."
"You think that thing might help you find him now?"
"It's just some beads and soapweed string. It's just symbolic."
"Well, can you look at it, or I don't know, look through it or something?"
"Look through it?"
"Well, I just thought maybe looking at the thing might help you remember something else. I mean, it looks like it worked. I mean, I don't see Johnson, but it seems likely he's nearby."
Brent chuckled, but as he also tugged the circular charm from beneath his shirt,
He gazed at it for a moment, admiring the intricate knots and graceful geometric lines. It was at that moment that he saw something from the corner of his eyes. Cecil Johnson appeared on a sturdy-looking mule and dismounted near the wagon. The former buffalo soldier spent a long moment looking at the surrounding countryside. A moment later, he pulled a chair from the back of the wagon and placed it beneath a magnificent hackberry near the burned-out house. "That's Johnson," Brant said. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "I guess you saw him in your dream." I saw something. I tell you, that's our man." "Okay, well, Brant, maybe there's hope for you after all." "What do you mean there's hope?" "Nothing. I didn't mean anything." "You obviously meant something. Why would you say there's hope, like there weren't no hope to begin with?" "I didn't mean to imply. Just shut up and let's go." "What in hell did you mean?" "Shh." Matt placed a finger to his lips. Cecil Johnson was now looking in their direction. They watched as the man, scanning the hills, rose from the chair, then hastily mounted his mule and disappeared into the shadows of the wooded riverside. "He's seen us. Come on," Brant said, drawing his rifle. "Hang on. We need to get down there." Okay, but let's ride slow. You see how his place is burned out? He's probably scared and like as not to put a bullet through us. Now, let's ride easy without guns bristling every which way." "I can't even draw my pistol." "No, but keep a hand close." They rode slowly down a gentle incline leading to a line of trees alongside a shallow stream. "Johnson had himself a nice spot," Matt said. "That's just like you to notice the damn scenery as we're riding out to get ourselves shot." "Mr. Johnson!" Matt called out. "You figure he's gonna come out just because you called him?" "Mr. Johnson, we need to speak with you regarding the disappearance of Doreen Tarwater. We're not here to hurt you. We just need to find Miss Tarwater." There was no response. When they reached the wagon, Brant examined the contents: lumber, a cast iron wood stove, a few boxes, clothing, burlap bags of horse fodder and grain. "Mr. Johnson, if you could just answer a couple of questions." After a long pause, they heard a voice from somewhere along the river bank. "Miss Tarwater ain't here no more." "Yes, we know." Brant scanned the trees and zeroed in on a thicket of oak brush amid the old-growth hardwood. "He's yonder in that brush. I could ride around and flank him." "Just sit easy." "Mr. Johnson, do you know anything about where we might find Miss Tarwater?" "She left here the first part of August, headed for Fort Worth." "Mr. Johnson, has anyone in your family been harmed? We noticed your place is burned out." There was a long moment of silence. "My wife and my baby were killed. God forgive me, I wasn't at home. The boys said it was a single man, that he was fat." "That's one of the Baylors," Matt said for Brant's benefit. "Mr. Johnson, I'm sure you know we were hired by Theo Tarwater to find you. I just want you to know that you're in no danger. We don't believe you had a hand in Miss Tarwater's disappearance. We just need to get this thing cleared up." A lengthy pause turned into 2 minutes of silence. Gradually, Matt and Brant realized Cecil Johnson had nothing more to say. "Okay, Hunter, go on around there like you said," Matt said. "We should just let him go," Brant said. "What?" "I say we should just let him go." "We can't just let him go." "Why not?" "You know why not, Hunter. We're being paid to bring this man in. We have a contract. Now, you said you were going to flank him. Go and do it." "We take this man in, he'll be hanged. You're the one who said he had nothing to do with it. Now that I've heard his voice, I am sure of it. First off, you're wrong about a couple of things. We don't know for certain that he's innocent. That ain't for us to decide. I ain't gonna argue with you, Brent. We're Johnson's best hope for a fair trial. Other men find him, he'll be hanged, for sure. Other men may not find him. If we take him in, he may go to trial, but I'll lay money it won't be a fair one. Are you going to ride around there and flank him, or do I need to do this myself? You know damn well Johnson didn't have anything to do with this. I don't. Yes, you do. Hunter, even if I was 100% sure, what difference does it make? If we don't take him in, he'll be a wanted man. In a month's time, there'll be posters hanging in sheriff's offices across 10 states. Okay, but we need to know what happened to the Tarwater girl before we take him in. Brantley, we can't spin forever on this thing. We can't take an innocent man in to hang. If you want to do that, then ride on without me. I reckon I can prop up a saloon rail the same as before. What the hell is this? We've been riding together for 10 years, and I ain't never had this problem. What the hell, Brent? Things have changed. How have things changed? How's getting the job we were hired to do changed? Did it suddenly occur to you to be the savior of the world? I said that things have changed, Matt. Sometimes you just ignore me, but not this time. Brent dismounted and walked a few steps away, squatting to the ground, pulling at a tuft of grass. I started seeing things in a new light. Maybe I'd lost my edge. How could you lose your danged edge? What the hell, Hunter? What does that even mean? Lost your edge? Maybe I can't cut it anymore. Maybe I'm like that old knife in the drawer that used to cut through a hog belly clean as a whistle, but ain't got no edge to it anymore, and no matter how you grind on it, it don't sharpen up like it used to. Brent, this ain't the time to get metaphorical on me. Metaphorical? See what I'm saying? You always turn it into my problem. Old Brent is just metaphorical. Don't I always hold up my end of a deal, huh? Don't I? Brent, I didn't mean it that way. Maybe I'll ride on back to Kansas. Ain't nothing stopping me from heading on back and running the farm like my daddy did. You know you wouldn't last 3 months on that farm. The hell I wouldn't. This is a real eye-opener. No, truth is I've known about this for a while. You don't respect what I say, Matt. What is that supposed to mean? Of course I respect you. You're here with me, aren't you? Brent, what the hell is going on? I thought we were a team. I thought I could count on you. Hunter Brantley paused. The situation had, at one point, seemed perfectly straightforward. They had been hired to track and capture the man that had kidnapped a white woman. Now things felt hopelessly complicated. The thing doesn't sit right with me. Johnson's wife was killed and his home burned. This breaks my heart. Matt, if you're willing to take an innocent man to be hanged, then I don't know where that puts us. Now it was Matt's turn to consider his partner's words. Brent was right. Theo Tarwater, a man accustomed to having his way, would almost certainly execute Johnson, and who would hold Tarwater responsible? Matt looked once again at the burned-out shell of the Johnson ranch and at the sad collections of belongings in the back of the wagon. Matt's father had been pro-slavery. When the Kansas-Nebraska Act passed and later the Kansas territorial legislature decided not to allow slavery, Matt's father had been furious. Matt had been a boy at the time, but he could still recall his father raging about the matter, arguing that even if a man didn't want to own slaves himself, he shouldn't prevent others from deciding for themselves. Matt had never questioned his father's reasoning, not even when his gut told him that slavery was a travesty, not even during the war between the states when he, like many young men, had been compelled to take sides. Matt hadn't made a choice, though. Instead, he simply avoided the war altogether. Both he and Brent, barely 14 when the war started, were able to avoid conscription because they lived in a part of the nation where the U.S. government hadn't yet taken a firm hold. Matt had never been forced to plant a flag on the slavery issue, and now he realized he was trying to remain on the fence. He hadn't expected this would be the time he was forced to decide. Naturally, he felt treating people of color as lesser human beings was wrong. Not just wrong, but something only a fool would do. The admission, however, meant that he had to accept that his father had been a fool, at least in respect to the issue of slavery. His father, his dear old man, who had worked hard to feed and shelter his family. Matt had loved him dearly, but when it came to the issue of slavery, he had been a stubborn fool. Brent, we were hired to do a job. Matt knew the words sounded hollow. He didn't believe them himself. Here's what I'll do. I'll help you take Johnson into custody today if you agree to head on for Fort Worth before we return to Abilene. Well, what if Doreen ain't there? We'll decide then. Brent, I don't like to talk about this, but Mama and me, before Daddy died, he got us deep in with the bank and money's tight. I know, Matt, but what about the right thing? I've heard you say more than once that when a man does what's right, things have a way of working out. Matt nodded, thinking about how his father, the man he had just admitted was wrong about slavery, had said that same thing. You're right, Hunter, Matt said. But in the meantime, we take Johnson with us. What if he doesn't want to come along? Are we going to keep him hogtied for weeks? And we can't just leave him. We ain't likely to catch up to him a second time. That's the deal. Take it or I'm leaving and you're on your own. Matt nodded, then let out a gust of air. Hunter. Yes, sir. Do you think a colored man is less of a man than a white man? I mean, my daddy always felt. No, Matt, there's no question. Men of color ain't a bit different than any other man. God made us all. When it comes to intelligence and feelings, love for young'uns and family and, well, everything, colored folks are the same as you or me. My daddy never thought that way. Matt looked at the sky. Daddy always said colored folks were. He wasn't mean about it, but he didn't think of them as folks exactly. Mama always said he was wrong, but she just let things be. My daddy was raised up with what most call white trash in Alabama. He sharecropped right alongside colored folks. Men are men, rich, poor, brown, or white. Of course, Daddy was bitter about things. Brent pulled his binoculars from his pack. There he is, Brent said, pointing. Why is he just sitting there? No idea, Brent said. So it's agreed, right? We take Johnson custody and ride on to Fort Worth. Matt paused, then nodded. He knew Brent was right. The chase ensued, with Johnson at a seeming disadvantage. Despite their toughness, mules can't run as well as a horse. The breed is naturally short-legged and has an awkward cantering gait. Within 5 minutes, Matt and Brent had reached the spot where they had seen Johnson, but, of course, Johnson was gone. They quickly realized why Johnson had chosen the spot to reveal himself. Just beyond the promontory where Johnson had been minutes earlier was a steep-sided ravine. A winding trail snaked down the side of the sharp incline. From their perch atop the hill, they saw Johnson at the bottom of the ravine. Dang mule went down that trail, Brant said. You think the horses can get down there? Matt asked. Hell no, our ponies are likely to
break a leg on that, even if we could get them to step off the edge."
"How far do you reckon it is to circle around?"
"How do I know? I've never been in these parts."
They rode along the ridge, but after searching for a safer way down, they realized that Johnson had baited them. Brant slapped his hat on his leg in disgust. 20 minutes after being outmaneuvered on the hillside, Matt and Brant finally reached the thin creek at the bottom of the steep escarpment. Johnson's trail disappeared into the thickly forested opposing hillside. They had no choice except to begin the tedious business of searching for an occasional hoofprint or broken branch in the brushy undergrowth.
"He suckered us," Matt said.
"He knew we wouldn't get our ponies down that trail. I didn't see that coming, did you?"
"Nope."
"If I could just get him to sit down and talk for 5 minutes, I could probably get this whole thing settled. What are you smiling about, Hunter?"
"I don't know. Just thinking it's a pretty day."
"A pretty day? The fellow we've been tracking for a month gives us the slip, maybe for good, and you're thinking it's a pretty day? What the hell is going on with you? Now think. Which way do you figure he went?"
Brant realized that for the second time in a day, Matt had asked his advice. The request seemed sincere, so he thought for a moment. "He ain't gonna leave them mules tied up like that back at that wagon. A man takes the time to raise an animal. He ain't likely to leave a whole string of them hobbled up together to starve or fight among themselves."
"I was thinking the same."
They wheeled and started back along the hillside, following the trail that wound through the ravine and back to the burned-out ranch house. The horses, worn out from weeks of riding, moved sluggishly in the midday heat. Cicadas chirped noisily, and the scent of sage and wildflowers filled the air. Brent gazed in Matt's direction, examining his friend, the slump of his shoulders, the look of concentration furrowing his brow. Brent knew Matt often slept poorly, puzzling through details related to whatever crime they happened to be investigating. "You look tired," Brent said.
"What's that?"
"I said you look worn out," Brent repeated. Matt nodded and said,
"We don't have time for tired, Hunter."
Chapter 26, Advice Through a Hearing Trumpet. Theo had experienced failure in his younger years. When Doreen was born, they hardly had 2 nickels to rub together. Life had kicked his tail a few times, but Theo had been full of energy and stupid enough to keep trying. 25 years earlier, the decision to spend his last $200 on an old farmhouse and a set of corrals on the outskirts of Abilene, on the rumor that the railroad would be coming through, had been as much about luck as business acumen. 5 years after he moved himself and Ruth into the rundown place, he learned the Pacific Railroad was not only coming to Abilene, but would run right alongside the road less than 100 yards from his corrals. Theo had already been operating a small stockyard and auction house. He had been doing okay, catering to ranchers and breeders in the area, organizing short drives to Topeka. When the railroad arrived, however, within 2 years, his business had grown exponentially. He suddenly had more money than he knew what to do with. He had not counted on the loss of Doreen causing him such pain. When the Baylor brothers returned and reported that his daughter was dead, it felt like a bull kicking his backside. Following the bad news, work still consumed his days, but the enjoyment, the sense of accomplishment disappeared. The relationship with Delilah Henry grew stale. His life that had felt settled seemed out of kilter. He started spending most evenings at home,
brooding, napping, and gazing abstractedly at some bit of paperwork as Ruth reclined in her chair, feet propped upon a settee, content in her world of brandy, laudanum, and literature. During those evenings, and at other times during the day, Theo's mind wandered back, recalling times his daughter had been a ray of sunshine. Doreen's tantrums, infidelities, and willfulness faded, replaced by memories of her childhood, a time when they had been inseparable. When she was 5, Doreen had loved spending time with them. Their days started with breakfast at a local cafe. Theo would drive them around the stockyards in his 2-seater, proudly displaying his princess for all to see. Their afternoons on sale days were spent at his auction house, where men shouted out bids on all manner of livestock, and his sweet girl listened intently as he explained the finer points of judging animals. Following Doreen's disappearance and reported death, it hadn't taken long for Theo's memories to take on a burnished quality, like a filigreed silver teapot, with his daughter's misdeeds providing a mere hint of contrasting tarnish. Hardly an hour passed without a snort to clear his throat, or a subtle dab with his handkerchief to wipe away a bit of wetness at the corner of an eye. His precious jewel was gone forever, never to return. Along with the old memories came the hollow sense that without an heir, all his work and success meant nothing. He had been hoping that Doreen would eventually find a husband and there would be grandchildren. Now, however, he knew that would never be. Ruth was too old to have another child. Why hadn't they had other children? He wanted to blame his wife, but couldn't summon the dishonesty to hold her accountable. Ruth had expressed the desire for a second child, but he had lost interest in their relationship. In the year or two following Doreen's birth, he increasingly spent his evenings in the room previously called his study. Evenings became entire nights, time he spent looking over paperwork, the reams of regulatory information, accounts payable and receivable, anything to avoid his own bedroom. He also began seeing whores. At first his infidelities were sporadic, but grew gradually in frequency. When he met Delilah, a woman 20 years younger than his wife, he began staying out almost every night. During that time, Ruth said little. At first, she wasn't sure what was happening and spent evenings sitting alone in the parlor. When she spoke with Theo, their conversations took on a cold civility. A relationship that had once been substantial melted and cracked like an iceberg, the two halves drifting gradually apart. Ruth to her books and brandy, Theo to the stockyards and Delilah Henry. During that time, he never contemplated the changes in their marriage. In his mind, he still loved Ruth and even felt put off by her rude and sometimes demanding questions. Theo had never been one to examine his own faults. Self-examination rarely walks hand in hand with success. His business grew immensely during those years. The stockyard had always been a source of steady income, but for a time, when Abilene occupied a place of geographic centrality in the Great Central Plains, profits grew astronomically. Abilene became a wild place where huge herds of cattle rolled in every day, driven there by bands of young men anxious to spend their newly earned dollars in local saloons and brothels. Over 5 years, 2 locomotives a day, each with 15 cattle cars attached, rolled between Abilene's and points west and north in service of Theo's stockyards and auction house. During that time, Theo spent a good deal of money, but Claude Hallam managed everything, and for every dime Theo spent, the solid manager banked $1. Theo, meanwhile, built a great home for Ruth and Doreen and accumulated enough investments and other securities to call himself, without exaggeration, one of the richest men in Kansas. In the days following Doreen's death, when sadness finally led to a few introspective moments, Theo realized in a vague way that money, his success, had probably saved his marriage. Had he been a normal man with an average income, Ruth would surely have left. She had threatened to do so more than once. "My family in Virginia will have me back any time. This isn't seemly or natural, you with your whores, spending all your time drinking and smoking at the club." But he paid little attention. What did he care about what was or wasn't seemly? He wasn't the first wealthy man who didn't follow the rules, and wouldn't be the last. The other wealthy men Theo knew all had mistresses, and they all had wives at home who, to one degree or another, wasted away on a sofa or chaise, sipping brandy and reading novels, dreaming of a ghostly Heathcliff to spirit them away. During those times, Theo spent lavishly on Doreen, buying her anything she desired. His daughter would point a finger, and the purchase would be made. In truth, he had done something similar for Ruth. He hadn't begrudged his wife money, though now, given the circumstances, his generosity, even to him, seemed petty and disingenuous. His willingness to cater to Doreen's every whim and Ruth's attempts to salve her loneliness with finery had led to his daughter's spoiled nature and his wife's dissipation. If only he had been a bit more affectionate with Ruth. It wasn't as if he disliked her. Theo still regarded his wife as the most sensible woman he had ever known, a woman far above himself in terms of intellect and character. Indeed, Theo knew he could never have created his empire without Ruth. Now, however, with Doreen gone and Ruth fully accustomed to the distance between them, a crumbling awareness of age and death crept in. Theo looked at Ruth seated a few feet away and realized the distance between them had grown too great. A sense of emptiness settled into his bones. Along with his brooding angst over past mistakes, another emotion brewed within him, one that manifested itself mainly at work. Theo had always been a man prone to anger, but it had never been much more than a barking sense of annoyance, a snapping of orders, or a quick rebuff. Now, however, his normally acerbic management style took on a razor's edge of outright meanness. Before Doreen's disappearance, Theo knew that many of the corral hands joked about his daughter's sexual indiscretions. After her disappearance one afternoon, he overheard a conversation between two of the pen writers about a sexual encounter with a barmaid at the Pennyback. Theo, thinking the men were talking about Doreen, became furious. He spent nearly 5 minutes berating the two cowpokes on their moral conduct, then summarily fired both. Claude Hallam was so disturbed about the firing, he did something he almost never did and questioned Theo about the decision. "Old Buck's been with us nearly 20 years, Hallam said. "He's one of your oldest hands and a damn good cowboy." "I don't give a damn if he's worked for half a goddamn century. I fired the man for moral decrepitude, and that's final. A feller who speaks like that of a lady ain't fit to work at the Tarwater stockyards." "Well, yes, sir,"
Thing is, Buck came to me, said the cowboy he was talking with, hell, I don't know, Smitty, maybe. Anyway, Buck said Smitty was just talking about a saloon gal he met the other night. He wasn't talking about Doreen. Buck ain't the kind to talk that way anyhow. He says he was just standing there listening to Smitty. Buck has a wife and 4 daughters. Theo paid no attention to Hallam. Instead, his rage boiled over, and without thinking, he began ranting at his trusted foreman. God damn it, Claude, the cowboys can't go around talking about women in such a way. Now, I reckon if I can find new pen writers, I can also find a new man to sit up there in the office and push that pencil around. I suggest you get back to work before I send you down the same road I sent Buck and Smitty. Later that evening, sitting in the parlor gazing at the walls, Theo realized he should apologize to Claude Hallam. He owed much of his success to his stoic manager. Even so, the next day he felt too ashamed to face Claude and said nothing. Finally, 2 days later, Hallam entered with the payroll checks. Here's the payroll, Claude said, placing the stack of checks on Theo's desk. God damn it, Claude, I'm sorry. Hallam stood for a long moment, then pulled a wad of tobacco from his pocket and seated himself. For perhaps 2 minutes, nothing more was said. Theo fumbled with the checks, then began to weep quietly. I didn't think I'd miss her so, he said. She was a good girl when she was a child. Sweetest thing in the world. You two was mighty thick. She turned into a goddamn whore, Claude. No, sir. No, she was just spirited. She favored her daddy a good deal. I spoiled her. I gave her everything she wanted, and she turned bad. Another long pause ensued as Theo continued signing the checks while Claude blotted. The stack took nearly 20 minutes to complete. As he placed the last check on a corner to dry, Theo said, I reckon old Buck's still in town. Yes, sir, I heard he's been at the Pennyback emptying spittoons and such. A man with 4 young'uns can't be out of work long. You find out where he's at and get him back over here. Cut me a check for his full month's wages. Yes, sir. And if you can find that other pen writer, Skinny or Scrappy or whatever the hell his name is, hire him back on too. I reckon he learned his lesson regarding the proper way to behave in my presence. Hallam nodded once more, then gathering the checks, left the office. Following the encounter, Theo felt relieved, energized even. He suddenly felt the desire to visit Delilah Henry. That evening he enjoyed a lively tumble with his mistress, but the following morning the dark clouds returned. At one point during his revelry, he recalled the fancy cowboy detective he had hired 6 weeks earlier to track Doreen. Had that dandy taken the $200 in expense money and simply gone home? He could recall the feller saying he hailed from a town over near Dodge, some little prairie duster that, now that the Indian Wars had settled down, might turn into an actual town. Theo thought about the handsome cowboy and found himself smiling at the man's good humor and easy ways. He instructed Claude Hallam to pull the contract. You think he's still on the trail? Theo asked, reading through the terms of their agreement. He sent a telegram about 10 days back saying he hadn't found anything definite yet. Said they were headed for Indian territory where Johnson lives. Hallam replied, You figure there's a chance he might catch Johnson? How long do you think it's been since he rode out of here? 6 or 7 weeks. You figure he just took that money and ain't even going to try to find Johnson? Well, I heard those two are straight shooters. He's got a partner, another feller that does the gunslinging while Matt does all the mental work. Hang on just a second. Hallam left the room for a moment, then returned with a pair of tattered books. Have you read these? Hallam slid the dime novels across his desk. Theo picked one up, gazing at the corner. The title, Devil's Trade Wind, did little for Theo, but the artwork caught his attention. The cover depicted a pair of cowboys, one standing among several Indians, some living but most dead or dying on the ground, the cowboy's gun smoking. The second cowboy sat astride a horse, a double-barrel shotgun in one hand, extending a hand to a child who lay tied near a campfire. I heard there were a couple of books written about these men. Fact is, you told me that when we first looked to hire someone to go after Doreen. Theo thumbed to the first page of the book. Mind if I take this with me? I don't usually do much reading. You say them fellas are straight shooters? Well, I reckon the author spiced things up some, but if half of that one is true, then I reckon them boys have a reasonable chance of finding the man who killed poor Doreen. Take both books. I've read them a couple of times. That evening, Theo didn't return to the saloon. Instead, he sat in his increasingly familiar spot opposite his wife, engrossed in the first of the two books. Have you found something to read? Doreen asked. Yes, I was reading up on the men I sent out after Doreen's killer. I've read that book, Ruth said. This one here? Yes, in fact, those copies you're holding may be the same ones I lent to Betsy Hallam. Claude gave me these books this morning. Ruth chuckled. Perhaps she didn't mention to Claude that she had borrowed the books from me. Since those have the paperboard covers, I probably told Betsy to keep them. How come you didn't give them to me? Theo, I don't recall seeing you ever read anything except a contract or bit of paperwork from the stockyards. I didn't think you would be interested. I'm interested in anything that has to do with Doreen coming up dead. Do you miss her? A long pause ensued. Theo felt tears well in his eyes once again, as he had done several times each day for the last 6 weeks. Memories of Doreen as a little girl came back. I do miss her some, he said. Another pause ensued. Then Ruth said, I thought I would miss her more, but I'm not sure I believe she's dead. I thought I would feel it in my bones somehow if she died. Probably just silly, but I feel she's alive. What do you mean? Theo asked. Well, you sent those stupid brothers out after her. Don't you recall the doctor saying something about how that boy, what was his name, the one who lost his arm and finally died? Baylor. Bart Baylor. Yes, don't you recall how the doctor said the Baylor boy was raving in his sleep about how he'd seen Doreen and how she was still alive? Yeah, I reckon so. My dear, isn't it possible that his ravings were the actual truth? I mean, honestly, I don't think those two fat boys saw Doreen at all. I think this Baylor fellow's babblings were just a guilty conscience manifesting itself on his deathbed. Theo, baffled by his wife's logic, sat quietly for a long moment. I don't get how you figure that leads to Doreen being alive. As I said, I would know if my daughter was dead. Do you recall how the doctor also said Bart was mumbling about how he forgave his brother
forgave him for shooting him."
"I don't recall that."
Theo's voice trailed off. "Well, you may not have been there for that conversation. Isn't it possible those boys were simply concocting a story to cover their incompetence? I wouldn't be surprised if they did something horrific to the Johnson family and then lied about Doreen. Honestly, we can't even be certain she went with Johnson in the first place. Everything those Baylor boys said could be a lie."
I think you read too many of those damn detective novels. What about Doreen's undershirt?"
"If I'm being honest, I'm not certain that rag was hers, and in fact it seems unlikely. The thing was made of cotton. I was terribly upset that day."
Theo blinked. Was it possible Doreen was still alive? He had spent the past month trying to come to terms with her death. "You lied about the undershirt?"
"I was upset."
A wave of dizziness struck him, as if something in his world had changed significantly. Examining his surroundings, everything remained in place. The grand clock purchased from Germany for his small fortune, stately paintings of European castles, furniture in the French style, Persian rugs, mirrored wall sconces, and a ridiculously expensive bronze chandelier. What did any of it mean? Theo realized he had enjoyed good fortune. Yes, he had worked hard, but others he knew had done the same. None of them had achieved his wealth. Why him? Why had God, or whatever power that might exist, chosen him? And why did his wealth bring him so little pleasure? Why did he feel so goddamned miserable? Up until that moment, he had felt Doreen's death was a sort of reckoning, a balancing of accounts for his undeserved success. But what if Ruth was right? He wanted to believe it. Still, how did a man like him, uneducated and coarse, deserve such great fortune? "You think she's still alive?"
"Theo, the entire thing seems preposterous."
Ruth loved using large words he couldn't understand. "What the hell is preposterous, or whatever the hell you just said?"
"It means ridiculous. It's ridiculous to simply assume she's dead based on the word of the Baylor brothers. Despite her bad behavior, Doreen is a resourceful girl, and the notion that she was kidnapped. Must I remind you of the dozens of times she threatened to catch a ride aboard the wagon of some horse trader passing through? Is it such a shock that she finally did so? Conversely, does it seem likely that a rancher would drive his stock into Abilene, sell his animals, then, upon leaving town, kidnap the daughter of one of the wealthiest men in Kansas? The Baylor brothers claim that she was kidnapped to satisfy the man's lust is asinine. Doreen left by choice. It is quite likely she is now resting comfortably, or more likely not so comfortably, in some dusty town or camp. She spoke of taking up whoring. You must recall that. You switched her more than once for such talk." Theo recalled Doreen's threats to become a prostitute. She had said it dozens of times. He bristled, then barked. "My daughter is not working as some cheap trail hand whore. That much I know." "Suit yourself, dear, but I believe Doreen would be quite successful, fleecing cowboys of their hard-earned gold. A prostitute may be a lowly regarded profession, but for a woman such work presents one of, if not the only viable path to independence."
Theo felt the urge to rise from his chair, rush to Claude Hallam's home, and order his manager assemble a cadre of men to fan out and cover every inch of the vast Indian territories. Immediately, though, he understood the folly of such an action. He already had men out looking, or at least the pair of cowboys.
But the damn undershirt, I mean, you're sure it wasn't hers?
I would have to look at it again, Ruth sighed. There may be some shred of truth in the Baylor story. You met Johnson. Would you consider him the kind to kidnap a white woman?
He's a black man, proof enough. Plus, I didn't actually meet him, not so I remember.
Don't be such a coarse idiot, Theo. The man's color has nothing to do with it. The truth is, he was responsible enough to breed livestock. You paid him in gold for the fruits of his labor, probably more money than he'd seen in his lifetime. Does it make sense that he would then kidnap Doreen as he rode from town with a wagon loaded with goods? Theo bristled at Ruth's condescending tone. Even so, he recognized the truth of what she was saying.
Why the hell didn't you say something about this sooner?
Ruth looked at him for a long moment, closing her book. In that moment, Theo realized his wife was still a handsome woman. The years had added something, strength of will perhaps, a sense of dignity. She spoke with quiet intensity. Theo, when is the last time we had a conversation beyond a cold hello in passing? Honestly, I believe entire weeks go by without a word between us. You ask me now why I haven't spoken sooner, your neck muscles bulging and your brow engorged with indignation. Ruth laughed, a short, terse ha. Perhaps I'm sorry I said anything, for you see, despite your absence, for years I longed for moments when the two of us would sit quietly here in the parlor, hoping for a return of the bond that we once shared. My foolish romantic notion, yet in the past few weeks my dream has become a reality. Here you are, night after night, sitting across from me. Still, things haven't changed significantly, have they? We haven't shared anything. During this time, despite your proximity, we simply sit in silence. The distance between us has remained fixed, a gulf of indifference between us, unabridged. Theo felt slightly annoyed by his wife's flowery speech. Her probing gaze felt like an indictment for some crime he could not name. How could one manufacture feelings one didn't feel? How did one guess what another might be thinking? He had never been the type to look beneath the surface. Why waste the time when simply moving forward had served him so well? Ruth, he said, unsure of how to proceed,
I don't understand all of what you're saying. I understand that we haven't been intimate for a long time, but...
Yes, that's it. Ruth waved a hand, nodding in disgust. Theo sensed his failure, but stumbled on.
I never meant for you to hole up here and spend every night reading, and
Theo stopped, realizing the hollow nature of his excuses. A long pause passed. Ruth stood, folding a page corner, placing her book on a side table. She walked unsteadily into the kitchen. The house girl, already in her quarters for the evening, always left coals in the stove in case Ruth wanted a cup of tea before bed.
Ruth, come back,
Theo called to her.
She heard him and felt a pang of sadness, but didn't respond. Adding a few sticks to the stove, she started the kettle, then gazed out the window at the neighborhood. Their home, built of brick, by far the largest in town, dwarfed the modest structures surrounding it. She told herself she had no right to feel despondent. When Theo called a second time, his normally robust voice sounded sincere. She placed the kettle on a burner and turned for the living room. She would go back and try to talk a bit more. Perhaps Doreen's death might serve a purpose after all. As she pushed through the kitchen doorway, a familiar wave of dizziness struck her. The brandy and laudanum eased her mind, but she had been trying to cut back. She had been feeling unusually weak lately, at times so unsteady that rising from her chair, even for the privy, could be a chore. "I'm going after Doreen," Theo said as she entered. "And which direction will you go?" She felt disappointed at his comment, though she couldn't pinpoint why exactly. What did she expect? A pain knifed through her temple, and she placed a hand on the back of one of the dining table chairs, steadying herself. "South to Oklahoma Territory. I intend to visit Cecil Johnson's place. I want to see for myself what transpired there. I intend to find her." Theo spoke the words as if they had profound significance. In recent years, her husband had once been so earnest and fun-loving, had become controlling and self-important. She had seen it in his relationship with their daughter. Ruth rubbed her temple, thinking guiltily that she didn't care much either way if Doreen returned. Their relationship had never amounted to much. Doreen had always been her father's girl. Yes, there had been some affection between them in early years when Doreen would sit quietly in her mother's lap for a story or perhaps a lullaby, but Doreen had never been a clingy child. "How long will you be gone?" Her voice sounded distant in her own ears. A second wave of dizziness struck her with such force she felt she might collapse. "I have no idea. Could be a matter of a few days, but like as not, it will be gone for a couple of months. If she is alive, I intend to find her. And if that feller Johnson can be found, I intend to do what needs doing. Are you okay?" Ruth nodded, pulling herself upright. The wave of dizziness had migrated to the pit of her stomach, and her head pounded. She stumbled to her reading chair and bent forward for the laudanum that rested on the floor, hidden behind the chair's fabric skirt. Before she could grasp the bottle, however, everything went black. She collapsed to the floor. At first, Theo was unsure of what had happened, thought his wife had tripped over the edge of the rug. He rushed to her side, noting that even in her state of collapse, her eyes remained open. After a moment of indecisiveness, he rushed out the back door and shouted up to the girl in the second-floor carriage house apartment. He began hitching Ruth's carriage, a process that consumed nearly 10 minutes. Upon re-entering the house, he found that Ruth had come too. He noted that one eye focused on him, but the other stared off at an odd angle. When he spoke to her, she moved her mouth, but only a few unintelligible sounds came out. "I'm taking you to the dock." With the help of the house girl, Theo gathered his wife and carried her through the back door. A moment later in the carriage, he wrapped an arm around her limp form, holding her tightly as he sped down the boulevard, whipping the roan pony, the buggy strobing in the intermittent gaslight. Arriving at the doctor's office, he spent an anxious moment pounding on the door, wondering if he might need to drive on to the whorehouse where the doctor often spent his evenings. Eventually, though, Doc Williams appeared, unshaven and groggy, drunk, cracking the door. "Who the hell is it?" "Theo Tarwater. My wife's fallen sick. Now open the dang door, you old bastard." Theo, who often spent evenings carousing with the doctor, generally referred to Sam Williams as the old bastard. "Damn it, Theo, what the hell? It's the middle of the night." Williams pulled the door wide open, admitting Theo with Ruth in his arms. "It ain't even 10 o'clock. Theo rushed through the waiting area and directly into the doctor's examining room, where he placed Ruth onto an examining table. "What happened?" The doctor followed closely, fumbling his spectacles. "She just fell, went out like a light." Williams started his examination, rolling back Ruth's eyelids, peering intently into the pupils. An instant later, he grabbed a small box and lit a candle, which he placed inside the device. "Sit her up," the doctor said as he doused the table lamp. For nearly a minute, Doc Williams moved the glowing box near Ruth's face, opening and closing a small aperture that admitted a beam of light into each of Ruth's eyes. Eventually, he stepped back, placing the box onto a counter, then struck a lucifer and reignited the lamp. "Let her rest," Williams said. "Put her into that bed." In addition to the examining table, Doc Williams kept a small infirmary for patients requiring special care. After moving Ruth onto one of the beds, the doctor led them into his living area. Motioning Theo to a well-stuffed couch, Williams poured 2 drinks from a crystal decanter. Theo, anxious for his diagnosis, said, What the hell's wrong with her?" Williams handed Theo the glass, then settled into a chair. After taking a couple of sips, a look of consternation in his eyes, he said, "The news ain't good, though she may not die." "What the hell does that mean?" The doctor let out a soft sigh. "She's had a stroke." "What the hell's a stroke?" "A blood vessel in her brain is burst. It's something called apoplexy. There ain't much can be done for her, though. I've seen people recover." The explanation did nothing to alleviate Theo's frustration. He slugged down the glass of whiskey. "Can't you open up her head and fix things?" "No, sir. That would kill her. There ain't a doc in the 50 states could do a thing for her. She might just as well be headshot." Theo sat in silence, stunned by the news. Once again, a sense of anger enveloped him. Ruth's illness couldn't have occurred at a more inopportune moment. What of his plan to ride out in search of Doreen? How could he leave town now? "Is she gonna die?" Theo stood, walked to the liquor cabinet, and began pouring himself another whiskey. "As I said, not necessarily, though I'd say a good percentage do. I have no means to investigate your wife's head to determine the extent of the damage. She may awaken in the next few hours, or she may be out for good." Theo felt his body sway. Fortunately, the doctor stood quickly and guided him back to the couch. Williams said something else, but Theo, in a daze, didn't hear. "Well, what's that, Doc?" "I said you need to sit still, and no more whiskey for now." Theo stared absently at the glass in his hand. "So you figure Ruth might never wake up? Well, why don't you just give her a nudge?" "She's not sleeping, she's in a coma." "Well, what the hell is a coma?" "It gives the appearance of sleep, except a patient can't be awakened. They may awaken on their own, depending upon the severity of the stroke or other head injury." "So she ain't sleeping?" "No." Are you sure, or are you just guessing? I'm sure she's not sleeping, Theo. I've seen apoplexy strike many times. Williams paused for a long moment, sipped his whiskey, then continued. Do you know Mr. Parley lives over in the south part of town? Theo thought for a moment, then nodded. Parley was an odd duck, crippled, dragging one leg along, slurring his words like a drunk. Mr. Parley had a stroke some years back. As I say, some folks recover, though it's important you understand in cases like this one, where the individual succumbs to coma, the prognosis isn't good. Ruth may awaken naturally in the next few days. Like as not, though, she will remain in a state of coma. In such a state, she will eventually die without the ability to hydrate and, well, the doctor's voice trailed off. He could see Theo was no longer listening. The men sat there for the next half hour chatting, then sitting in silence. Eventually the doctor dozed off. Theo went back into the examining room and seated himself at Ruth's bedside. A half hour later, Williams entered, straightened things, looked in Theo's direction, and said he was going to bed. Theo had never been a religious man, though he did attend church on a regular basis. Usually he drowsed through the Lutheran preacher's dogma-laden sermons. He never prayed, except before meals or when called upon by one of the men at social events. In short, he had never had much faith in God. Even so, as often happens at such time, Theo prayed. Kneeling at his wife's bedside, he asked for Ruth's recovery. Despite the loss of affection in their marriage, with the recent disappearance of Doreen and now this, he felt deeply troubled. The world, which had seemed so neatly arranged a few weeks earlier, now seemed about to tilt completely off its axis. It occurred to Theo that he might also pray for Doreen, so he added a line or two. Ruth had felt their daughter might be alive, and now, with his wife's sudden illness, more than ever he wanted to believe it. He remained in the infirmary through the night, sleeping in the second bed. The following morning he went briefly to the stockyards and tried to distract himself with work. There was nothing to do, though. Claude Hallam took care of everything, and his office felt oppressive, so he wandered outside. Before he even had time to breathe, however, 3 different employees approached with questions, so he fled back inside and wandered into his manager's office. Claude spoke of checks to be signed, contracts to be drawn, meetings, lunches, social calls, and the usual list of daily chores. During their discussion, for the second time in the past week, Theo began to cry. Claude listened to Theo's description of the previous night, expressed shock he had even come in for work, then insisted Theo return home. So Theo went back to his house, where he watched the maid dusting and cleaning for a half hour. Bored with that, he fled to his bedroom and tried reading more from the novel about the 2 cowboys, but their adventures grew tedious after only a few minutes. He tried to nap, but had never been one to nap. Finally, he went back to the doctor's office, where he remained the rest of the afternoon and evening. Sitting there by Ruth's side, he recalled their early years together. He thought of a time when they were affectionate with one another and the best of friends. She had been his true partner, and in those days they had spoken often of what they hoped to accomplish together. Even though money had been desperately short at times, there had been a sense of accomplishment and family. In retrospect, despite his later success and all they had now, those had been the happiest times. If only he had known then Perhaps he might have spent less time driving himself to reach his goals and more time focused on the things that truly mattered, like his relationship with Ruth and Doreen. Funny how he had forgotten the bond they once shared. How had they drifted apart? Why had he acted so foolishly, indulging his lust with Delilah Henry, drinking and carousing, while the most important people in his life faded into the background? He mentally cursed his own selfishness and, despite his lack of faith, prayed again, this time for a second chance to make things right. Doreen, he now decided, must be living a desperate life, prostituting herself with a string of two-bit cowboys in a filthy prairie saloon. He thought about Delilah Henry, her blazing red hair and rough sensibilities. He had fun with Delilah, no denying it. Still, he couldn't imagine installing her into the parlor as his new wife. He cringed at the thought that Doreen might become like his mistress, crude and hardened, swilling liquor and guffawing at tasteless jokes. For 2 days he remained at Ruth's bedside, dozing fitfully in the second infirmary bed. The second night, in his dreams, the handsome cowboy detective appeared. The man said something about Doreen, though Theo couldn't quite make out the words. In the dream, Theo pulled a comically gigantic hearing trumpet from somewhere and placed it to his ears. "What's that you're saying?" Theo's words echoed in his nocturnal parlor. The cowboy detective seated himself in Ruth's chair. "Get on your horse and ride," the answer came. "She's across the river." He awoke with a start, a shaft of early daylight trickling through the window. He rolled over and almost fell from the narrow infirmary bed. With a start, he realized the doctor stood only a few feet away, examining Ruth. Theo placed one foot on the floor and stood, his mind muddled by the odd dream. Williams shifted slightly and cleared his throat. "She didn't make it through the night," he said. At first, the words didn't fully register. What's that?" Theo asked. "I came in about 5 minutes ago. I reckon she passed sometime during the night. I wasn't sure if you knew or not. She looks good, peaceful." Theo's head pounding pulled himself to his feet. Ruth lay there, an odd smile on her face. Theo realized the doctor had misread his wife's expression. He recognized the look. It was one he hadn't seen in years. His wife didn't look peaceful. She looked happy. "I'll go over to the funeral parlor in a bit," Doc said. "Still a little early for Charlie. You go home. I'll send word to the stockyard you won't be in for a few days." Theo started to protest, but then nodded. In a daze, he left the doctor's office. Outside, his carriage remained hitched to the rail. The horse appeared to be sleeping, its head leaning on a crossbeam. The animal snorted slightly when Theo took the reins and turned the rig onto the street. He drove back home along the dusty manure-spotted road, past the row of clapboard houses, and into the winding drive leading to his mansion. Inside, the house girl said nothing when he entered the kitchen and poured himself a cup of coffee. "I'm going to bed. Miss Tarwater passed last night." "Did you say Mr. Tarwater had passed last night, sir?" "Yes." Oh, my. Oh, well, I'm very sorry to hear it. Will you be wanting breakfast?" "I'm going to bed," Theo repeated. The world could survive without him for a few days. Chapter 27, The Black Knight. "That oaf might have killed me. It's clear you couldn't protect me if there were 5 more like you. Did you even try to stop that jackass? Did you even draw your pistol?" Doreen's tirade left Paddy Patterson so flustered he barely managed to reply. "Well, Leroy, don't mean no harm. He's just hard to handle when he's drinking. Nicest feller you could meet when he's sober. A little hard to handle. He raped me and destroyed my only good undershirt. You and the rest of your idiot cowboys can forget about any more rolls today and possibly even the rest of the week. She waved Pedersen away, but the baffled Irishman remained standing uneasily by the tent flap. The thing is, we ain't seen Leroy, and he's one of my best hands. You ain't seen him, have you? Of course I saw him. Are you an idiot? Didn't you hear me say he raped me last night? Yes, ma'am. No, I ain't an idiot. What I mean is, did you see which direction Leroy went after after his visit? She stormed through the tent flap and slapped Paddy hard, a stinging blow that sent the Scotsman reeling backwards. Do you think I followed him? I hope the asshole fell off the embankment and into the river. I hope he's dead. That ain't kind. Pedersen rubbed his jaw. Like I say, Leroy ain't perfect, but wishing the man dead. He raped me. Well, now, that's... Listen, you said he lived here after he got him some. He didn't get some, you moron. He raped me. I told him to leave and come back tonight, and he forced his way in here and he raped me. Do you understand the meaning of the word? Do you even understand the difference? He took me by force. If we were in Kansas City, he would be hanged. Do you understand, you idiot? I know what rape is, but a horror is different. Most folks agree that a whore ain't the same as a proper lady. Are you saying I don't have the right to say no to someone? You're a complete idiot. Don't be calling me an idiot no more. Pedersen's temper flared, but Doreen slapped him a second time. If you act like an idiot, I plan to call you an idiot. Now I ask you a question. Are you saying that I can't say no or have some time to myself? Pedersen paused, rubbing his cheek again. Like I said, a normal gal has every right to say no to a feller. In fact, a feller that would force a respectable gal who wasn't no whore to do him wouldn't be much of a man. A feller like that ought to be hanged. So you're saying I'm not respectable? I ain't saying you ain't respectable. Just, you're clearly saying that if any of the grungy cowboys from your camp come over here, I don't get to say no, even in the middle of the night. Do you recall me telling you last night I was done for the evening? Well, yeah, I recall, but here's the deal. No, there's no deal. Your job was to take care of me, and you failed to do so. You allowed another cowboy to come in here after I was asleep and rape me. Now I'm beginning to doubt you're capable of fulfilling our contract. I ain't incapable, except maybe in the case of Leroy. I mean, he can't reason with Leroy when he's drunk. He gets a thought in his head. I don't give a damn what he gets in his head. But see, here's the thing. If a gal decides to whore, she has to be willing. So a proper woman can be raped, but a businesswoman can't. Is that what you're saying? I don't think most folks regard a whore as a business person, and I ain't no legal expert, but I do seem to recall a similar case where the judge decided because the gal was a whore, the feller who had relations with her forcibly wasn't really raping, so to speak. You're an idiot. Doreen, disgusted with the conversation, entered her tent, pulling the flap closed behind her. "Don't expect to get any today, and tell your friends they won't be getting any either." A long pause ensued. For a moment Patty considered accepting Doreen's edict. Angry from all the slaps and name-calling, however, he recalled how, on one occasion in Dallas, he had witnessed an argument between a bar girl and the owner. The barkeep, who wore a wide belt, had pulled the leather strap from his waist and threatened his employee. Patterson couldn't recall if the owner struck the barmaid, but he did remember the woman cowering and begging for mercy. Perhaps, Patty thought, such forceful action was needed in Doreen's case. In those few seconds, Patty even reasoned that the situation with Doreen was an opportunity for personal growth. By confronting a petulant employee, he would be sharpening his management skills. Patty Patterson steeled himself, then removed his belt. He recalled how the barkeep had presented a terrifying aspect, one both merciless and unyielding. Then, with a deep breath, he entered her tent. "What are you doing in here?" Doreen spat. "Get out, and don't come back today." "I ain't taking this bullshit from nowhere," Patterson said, his voice menacing. "Are you threatening me?" Doreen asked. Despite the realization that Patty Patterson was a weak man, a chill of fear snaked up her spine. "I'm here to tell you how things is gonna be." Patty raised his arm and struck Doreen solidly across her right shoulder with the belt. Patterson, accustomed to a crew of Chinamen and former slaves, knew that one blow might not be adequate, so he prepared to swing a second time. Just as quickly, though, Doreen responded with an angry scream and charged, kicking and clawing at Patty's face. Unfortunately for Doreen, Patterson responded forcefully, striking her with his fist, a blow which ended any thought Doreen had regarding retaliation. She fell again, this time cowering on the ground next to the cot. "I ain't having no her arguing about what she is or ain't doing. You understand me, missy?" "You'll regret this," Doreen sobbed. "My father owns a stockyard in Abilene, and I promise you he will do whatever I ask of him, including seeing you hung for striking his daughter." Then Doreen thought of Cactus Branch, of how he had calmly murdered Leroy the night before. Perhaps Henry Walker lurked somewhere nearby, and Patty Patterson would soon be begging for mercy. "Yeah, and I got an uncle in New Orleans who's a pirate. He's got a chest of gold and a hook on one hand." Patterson started to raise the belt again, but a degree of doubt had already taken hold. Disciplining his workers was one thing, but something about the situation troubled him. "I won't have to wait for my father." Doreen's voice became a chilling whisper. "If a single man arrives at my tent tonight, you'll be dead by tomorrow morning, just like your fat friend." "Oh, yeah? And just who's gonna kill me? Are you saying you killed Leroy?" "Do you think a wealthy man like my father would allow me to travel alone?" Doreen spoke the words slowly, relishing their effect on Patterson. "What is that supposed to mean?" "It means I'm not alone, you idiot. I thought I might enjoy having a bit of extra money, but I can see you're an uncivilized pig. If I see you again, you're a dead man." "If you ain't alone, then where is this other member of your traveling party? I don't see jack shit other than you." Patterson lowered his arm, the belt hanging loosely at his side. "Don't worry about it. My friend prefers to remain anonymous." Doreen paused for effect. "You'd better hide in your tent tonight, because my guardian angel will be coming for you. There are things in this world you can't imagine." "I ain't hiding in no tent," Patty stuttered. I think you're about full of shit.
I suggest you clear out of here now. You aren't going to find your friend Leroy. Remember what I said.
This time, Patterson, confused by Doreen's story and the fact that Leroy hadn't returned to camp, stepped backwards. I plan on coming back. I plan on getting me some more of that pussy.
Don't bet on it, asshole.
No count horror like yourself. Ain't no lawman gonna say you were right. And if you hurt Leroy or killed him, well, there's laws to say to that, missy.
Who's to say? I'm not a respectable lady traveling with her bodyguard. You will meet him tonight, by the way. If we go into court, though, you can be assured my father will be there with a high-priced lawyer, and you will hang for forcing a respectable woman into a life of whoring.
I didn't force you to.
I suppose the judge would enjoy hearing about how you didn't force me when you slapped me repeatedly with your belt. Little Patty, better just run along now. The Black Knight is nearby.
Black Knight? What in hell?
The name had come out without thinking, but in her mind Cactus Branch had become more than a specter to haunt her dreams. She understood instinctively the disfigured former slave had attached himself to her in some unexplained way. She had already been calculating the possibility of taking advantage of Henry's odd allegiance. I would run away if I were you, Doreen said. Patterson paused, looking about nervously.
I ain't afraid of a knight. Fact is, there ain't no such thing. If you had a protector, why ain't he here right here with you? Leroy probably stepped off the embankment, like you said before, and broke his neck or something. I was planning on leaving anyhow. You best expect to see some of the men later.
Patterson brandished the belt once more, then began threading the leather strap back through his pants. Fine. Send your cowboys. More men for my father to hang. Doreen sensed the victory.
If you ain't planning on whoring no more, then I reckon I'll be taking this tent and cot back.
And why is that? Do I need to remind you of what I said about my father?
I think you're bluffing.
Patterson placed a hand on his belt, thinking he might remove the leather strap a second time for effect. His will failed, however. Years of mediocrity, times when he had assumed too much and been wrong, defeated him. His brother, a bank manager, peripherally responsible for the financing and building of the Kansas and Texas line, had used his influence to get Patty the job as crew foreman. Patty had sworn he would be less of a no-count drunk. Albert, a church-going man, would be appalled at the revelation that Patty was running a prostitution ring as a side venture to his normal duties. If word of the situation should surface, Patty would not only lose his job, but all standing with his family. He tapped his belt buckle, sneered at Doreen, and slunk from her campsite. After Patterson disappeared into the brush, Doreen felt considerably better. Without a doubt, Patty would circulate the story of her mysterious Black Knight. Of course, having mentioned Henry Walker, she would now have to speak with the former slave and follow through on her plan to offer him a job providing security. Fortunately, the idea of speaking with Henry no longer seemed as intimidating. An hour later, when a skinny cowboy arrived with $4 in his hand, asking if he might get a little, she felt so gracious with her new plans regarding Henry, she said, "Tell the boys they can come on back this evening, except Patty. You tell him if I see him again, he's in big trouble."
Should I tell them they need to just come on out? Patterson said you weren't whoring for him no more." The cowboy seemed shy and harmless. "One of the others from your camp, Leroy, I believe, entered my tent last night and brutalized me. So I'm not feeling well." Doreen looked carefully at the cowboy's face for signs of sympathy. "Yes, ma'am, Patterson told us about Leroy. I ain't surprised. He ain't much count as far as most us is concerned. We figure if he's off dead someplace, it's just as well on account of him being such a, pardon the language, an a-hole." Doreen collected herself, considering again the gold she had made the previous day. Easy money, she realized, and plenty more to be had if she could just master the sudden nervousness she felt. "Like I said," Doreen repeated, her tone firm and confident, despite her fluttering heart, "I ain't feeling up to a roll just now, but please check back this evening after 6 p.m. I know $4 is a lot, but considering the merchandise, you must admit it's not a bad bargain." "Yes, ma'am. We was all saying the same thing. How you—" "Well, you're a daisy, ma'am. A lily of the West, just like the song." Doreen looked at the skinny cowboy. He smiled at her reassuringly, still holding the $4. He was kind of cute. Still, the idea of taking him into the tent didn't seem possible at the moment. "Tell the boys it's the same deal as yesterday. One at a time. You may come first, around 6 this evening." As the skinny cowboy left, she turned and sat on a log gazing across the Red River. She wondered if Cactus Branch might be there somewhere, observing her campsite. A clear plan had taken shape in her mind. Cactus Branch had formed a mental bond to her that she couldn't explain. Perhaps it all stemmed from the night on the prairie when she had failed to see his deformity and had taken him into her hand. Still, he had called her his angel twice now, and had spoken the word as if it had some meaning beyond a mere flirtation. Why had he called her his angel? Resolved to get an answer and to secure Henry's services, she decided she must make her move. She had seen Henry cross the bridge early that morning. Hopefully, finding his camp across the river wouldn't be difficult. Cotton Socks remained a few feet away, tied on a long tether. Doreen gathered her bridle and approached the gentle animal. Cotton Socks accepted the bit easily, and a few minutes later she had crossed the bridge and made the turn on to the game trail leading to Henry Walker's campsite. Chapter 28, A Stand of Incongruous Junipers. Cecil knew that if the two cowboys followed onto the promontory east of his house, he might gain some time. He had ridden down the precipitous escarpment leading into the ravine dozens of times on the back of a mule and knew the path was too steep for a horse. When he had traversed the trail and reached the creek, he turned directly into the tree line to avoid gunfire. 10 minutes later, after climbing the opposite side, he stopped to see if his plan had worked. It took him only a moment to see that Matt and Brant had circled to the south, looking for a trail down. Before turning for home, he stopped to make doubly certain that Matt and Brant hadn't reversed a trail. They were nowhere to be seen, so he had a decision to make. If he took the mules and left the wagon, he might outlast the men on horseback. With multiple mounts, he could travel around the clock for 3 days or more. The men following had pack animals as well. He might have an advantage. If, however, his followers left their pack animals and made a hard run, he had 2 boxes of rifle shells. As a last resort, Cecil would find a defensible spot and make a stand. Killing the two men would brand him permanently as an outlaw, but he couldn't risk being taken captive. A return to Abilene would only end with a noose. Meanwhile, Matt and Brant spent half an hour winding through dense brush down into the steep ravine, circling and stopping to get their bearings. When they finally made it back to the remains of Johnson's ranch, it was well past noon, and the line of tethered mules was gone. "He's pulling 20-some-odd head of livestock," Matt said. "He can't be far." Brent turned in the saddle, scanning for a dust cloud, anything that might indicate a herd of animals on the move, but saw nothing. They circled the ranch, but the surroundings had been used as pasture for mules and horses. Finding a conclusive trail leading away was impossible. "He'll be heading north or west." "The Shawnee Trail is west," Matt said. "With a string of mules, if he gets on a decent road, he can outlast us." "We need to catch him soon. He can't be more than an hour ahead. I say we tie up the mules and make a run at him. You think the ponies have a burst left?" "Let's hope so." Matt spurred his mount, and they were off. They rode hard for the next half hour, pushing their mounts until the animals were blowing and sweating. Just as Brent was about to call things, they topped a rise, and in the distance they spotted Johnson and a line of mules. "There he is." Brent gave his lathered mount a kick. Cecil Johnson spotted Matt and Brent closing fast. He had hoped for darkness, hoped to make the Shawnee Trail, but now understood his plan had failed. He thought once again of his rifle and the 2 boxes of shells. He would need to kill both of his pursuers, otherwise he would be forever branded as an outlaw. Such a fate would end any chance of a reunion with his children. There was a second option, he realized. Sheriff Deeger had dealt with him fairly, had listened to his story, and had even seemed sympathetic. Earlier, the men following him had shouted that they meant him no harm. He loaded his carbine, but he needed higher ground, a defensible bluff or rocky escarpment. Unfortunately, the nearest hill, a knoll topped with hardwoods, was some distance to the south. He would never make it. The only other choice, a stand of junipers near a stagnant pond, lay 300 yards to his right. It would have to do. Dropping the tether holding his line of mules, he spurred for the trees. When Matt and Brent saw Cecil dismount near a stand of juniper trees, they stopped as well. Brent had already spotted Johnson's Henry repeater. They took cover behind a rocky berm 50 yards from Johnson's hiding place. "Cecil Johnson!" Matt called out. "Yes, I'm Johnson." "We were employed by Theo Tarwater to find you," Matt said. "Mr. Tarwater told us you were responsible for the death of his daughter, but we don't believe that to be true. Could we ride in a bit closer and talk?" Cecil knew this time there would be no escarpment traversable only on a mule, no convenient escape route based upon specific knowledge of the terrain. He prayed that these men planned to listen, just as the sheriff in Dodge City had. Could he take the risk? "Cecil, I give you my word. We only want to discover the truth. We have no desire to kill you, nor do we care to cause more suffering to you or your family. We know you have other children. We hope to see you reunited with them. I give you my word. You won't be harmed." Cecil heard Matt's promise. The words seemed earnest, and his instincts told him the men could be trusted. His hiding spot, chosen hastily, provided little cover and no clear view of the surroundings. Whoever the men following him were, they knew what they were doing. Killing them wouldn't be easy. "I'm coming out," Cecil said. With a sigh, he crawled from beneath the junipers, placed his rifle gently on the ground, and raised both hands. A wave of emotion struck him. thoughts of his dead wife and infant child, thoughts of his remaining children and their safety. He stumbled slightly, then surprisingly his knees buckled. He hadn't slept more than an hour or two in days. He couldn't recall the last time he had eaten. He felt himself hit the ground. In a daze, he turned his body, looking once more at the junipers. Strange that such trees would be growing here. With an effort, he got to his knees, the landscape spinning. A line from the Bible echoed in his mind. He would find God's protection beneath the sheltering boughs of that tree, he thought to himself, like the cedars of Babylon. He pulled himself into the shade of an overhanging branch, the air sweet with the citrus smell of evergreen. He heard the approach of horses. Head spinning, he looked out from beneath the sheltering limbs and saw the men approaching. "He's in that tree." The sound echoed like a voice in a dream. "Mr. Johnson? Are you sick? Mr. Johnson?" Cecil started to reply, but before he could, everything went black. After several nervous seconds, Brant summoned the courage to kneel and look beneath the juniper brush. There, in the deep shade, he could see Cecil Johnson curled in a tight ball. Something about the scene seemed familiar. Then it came to him, the dream, or vision, whatever it had been. This is what he had seen. Cecil Johnson hiding beneath a juniper tree. "He's sleeping or something," Brant said. "Would a feller fall off to sleep like that after we chased him all this way?" "No, he wouldn't." Matt knelt at Brant's side. "Cecil, you okay?" Several seconds later, as it became clear that Johnson wasn't moving, Brant and Matt, working in concert, dragged Cecil into the sunlight. Almost immediately, Johnson stirred and made a sound. His eyes popped open, focusing on Brant. "You ain't gonna hurt me, are you, sir?" "Wake up, Johnson." Brant pulled lightly on one of Cecil's arms, coaxing him into an upright position. Forcing a canteen into Johnson's hand, he said, "Drink some. You wore yourself out on the trail. When's the last time you ate?" Cecil squinted, took a drink from the canteen, then said, I had a slice of jerky, maybe yesterday." Matt pulled a bedroll from one of the mules and placed it behind Johnson's back, propping him up. He knelt by Cecil's side. "You need to eat regularly on the trail. I thought you were a soldier." "Yes, I know, but..." He hadn't eaten, he realized, because of his state of mind, because his thoughts had been elsewhere, somewhere down the trail with his children, somewhere in the ashes of his home with Cynthia. "You said earlier you hadn't seen Doreen Tarwater in over a month?" She left our place headed for Fort Worth nearly 2 months ago. We ain't had no news of her since that time, unless you count the man who burned us out 2 weeks after she left. The man killed Cynthia and my baby girl." Johnson began to cry. Matt and Brant paused, giving Cecil a moment to compose himself. After a moment, Matt spoke, this time more softly. "What did the man you're referring to look like?" I wasn't there at the time, but my boy, he just recently turned 5, and he's right smart. He said the man was fat, real fat. Then later the kids said how there were 2 men come riding back through in my wagon. They took one of my wagons, my best wagon, and some mules. My boy said how the other man was fat too, but had his arm wrapped up and bloody like." "They took a wagon?" Matt wondered silently why he hadn't examined the wagon more closely during the 2 days spent in Abilene interviewing the obese pen riders. He had known the wagon wasn't the one they left in. "My best wagon. My hired man has the other." Johnson's voice trailed off, his vision clearing some. Brant produced a tin of crackers from his saddlebag and handed a few to Cecil. "So, your description is from your children?"
"Mostly from my boy. A good boy and smart. He's right smart."
"Mr. Johnson, as we said, we are employed by Doreen Tarwater's father. I know the two men your son described. What you're saying only lends credence to what I was already thinking."
"Yes,
Cecil's voice sounded resigned, defeated. "Mr. Tarwater believes you are responsible for the death of his daughter. The men who came to your ranch and killed your wife and child, those men reported to Mr. Tarwater that Doreen was killed by you."
"No, sir, I didn't kill her. We sent Miss Tarwater on her way south. We gave her a good mule and food for 2 or 3 weeks."
"South?"
"Toward Fort Worth, sir."
Matt paused, considering their contract with Mr. Tarwater. "Cecil, we have an obligation to Doreen's father." There was a click. Matt turned and saw that Brant had his pistol drawn.
"I know you ain't thinking of taking this man to Kansas. We're going to Fort Worth, remember?"
Matt looked at his partner. "I was considering both possibilities," Matt said.
"You ain't got nothing to consider. If you can't see that, then I reckon Mr. Johnson and I will ride on without you."
Matt paused. He knew Brant was right. "Brant, we can't stay on this thing forever."
"I ain't suggesting we stay on it forever."
"What if we find Doreen Tarwater? What difference will it make? Remember what Cottonmouth told us? He said she threatened to claim Cecil abused her. Cecil, is that right? Did Doreen claim she would tell others that you had violated her?"
"Yes, sir,"
Cecil said.
"She said it 2 or 3 times, but I swear, sir, there ain't no truth in that. I swear by my sweet dead child."
"I know, Cecil. I believe you. That's not why I ask. It's just that we have a decision we must make. Brant, what if Doreen died somewhere on the trail? What if we get to Fort Worth and Doreen repeats her story about Cecil? What if Tarwater has other men searching for his daughter? If he finds out we didn't return directly to Abilene, he'll claim we breached our contract. We might be charged as co-conspirators in Doreen's murder."
"Forget about all that."
There was something in Brant's tone that Matt had never heard before. If Matt had any doubts that Brant was ready to enforce his will, his next words dispelled all doubt.
"All your what-ifs don't make a bit of difference. I thought you knew right from wrong. I will leave you here, Matt. I'll hog-tie you and leave you right here."
"Brant, I'm just trying to be practical."
"The world is full of practical, ain't it, Matt? Funny how one man's practical is another man's ruin."
A long silence ensued. Matt felt he needed to argue his point, that perhaps Brant just didn't understand, but before he could speak, Brant raised a finger.
"Ride out with us or on your own. That silver tongue won't work on me. I've had it."
For so long, Matt had been the sensible one. Now, since the night at Quanah's camp, since Brant had, in Quanah's words, found his spirit, the thing Brant lacked, confidence, had come to his partner in spades. The result was formidable to behold. Brant had become more than just a stalwart soldier, unbeatable in a fair fight. Since that night, seated by the blazing bonfire in Quanah's camp, Brant had become a complete man. Matt paused, mentally accepting Brant's decree. He felt his own mental equilibrium returned. He was tired and wanted to be finished with their journey. They had their man, but this time that wasn't going to be enough. The heavens, or whatever force in nature compels good men to do the right thing, demanded they travel on to Fort Worth. even if it meant they might not get paid, even if it meant he would return home in a few weeks and face the same bankers Brant had spoken of when taxes and payment for the family farm came due in August. "You told me once that you have to trust things," Brant said, holstering his Colt. "You said that if a man does what's right and sees it through, then things have a way of working out." "I remember," Matt said. "And you're right, Hunter. Thank you for reminding me." "You reminded me plenty in the past." They decided to camp for the night. Everyone, especially the horses, needed rest. Matt gathered wood and soon had a small fire going. Brent left camp, hunting in the twilight as he had done 1,000 times as a boy. After his father's death, when money had been non-existent, game, or whatever his mother could grow and preserve, had been their only food. Hunter had grown into his name. That evening he brought down a pair of jackrabbits and within the hour had them skinned, spitted, and sizzling on the fire. Over dinner, Johnson repeated his tale of Doreen's appearance. "She come like a dark spirit, sudden-like from Mr. Sugar's wagon. Soon as we said how she needed to go back to her folks right then, she said how she would lie and say we had done evil upon her. I don't know if that gal had reason to leave her home, but she was sure enough like that dark spirit, bringing evil on me and mine. Now my boy Cynthia, baby child are gone." As they turned in, Brand asked if they should secure Cecil for the night. Matt nodded. "He gave his word he wouldn't try to escape. I trust the man." They left early, traveling south along the Shawnee Trail. The hard ride from the previous day had worn the ponies down, so Matt and Brant spent the morning on 2 mules culled from Johnson's pack. The ponies were tethered into the line with the rest. By noon, however, the odd gait of the mules had both men groaning. "Dang mule moves up and down like a teeter-totter," Brant complained. "How in the hell can you stand to ride one of these animals?" "I reckon I got accustomed to it over the years," Cecil replied. "You're tougher than me. I'm gonna switch back to my pony." Matt lasted a bit longer, but shortly after noon, when they came upon a shaded clearing and a pool of water fed by a flowing stream, Matt declared they should stop. There was talk of resuming their ride that evening, but when 6 p.m. arrived, Matt said, "No, sir, I'm worn out. You're worn out. The ponies are worn out. Let's just fix dinner and get an early start tomorrow." Brant, with time to bring in a rabbit or some birds for dinner, left camp as he had the previous evening. After shooting another pair of jackrabbits, he stopped atop a promontory with a good view in all directions and dismounted. He seated himself in the shade of a black oak, savoring the cool breeze coming from the northeast. Soon the sound of cicadas lulled him to sleep, and he found himself once again with Nocona. It was night, and the Spanish skirts of the Comanche's great canyon undulated in the moonlight. He heard drumming, and Isate, the medicine man, appeared in full costume, bone breastplate, beaded leather pants, feathered arms, and headdress, dancing upon a lighthouse column of rock. Nocona began to sing, a mournful vocalizing that echoed and filled Brant with longing and loss. In the canyon below, teepees burned, and tiny figures ran from soldiers mounted on horseback. Cries for help and the sounds of distant gunfire echoed. Nocona's song ended, and the elderly chieftain, shriveled to dry skin and hard bone, Isate pointed. The people were leaving, some on horses, other on foot, guarded by soldiers, returning to Indian territory. Brant awoke with a start. The dream, already fading, filled him with a sense of dread. For a moment, disoriented, he reached for his pistol. Before pulling the long-barreled Colt, however, he recalled where he was. How long had he been asleep? He got to his feet, stretching, surrounded by skies misty with stars. In the distance he could see the flicker of a campfire. Then something of his dream returned, a memory of destruction and profound change. Looking again at the distant light, he wondered who might be following their trail. Back at camp he found Matt and Cecil asleep. The men snored alongside the faintly glowing embers of their cooking fire. He cleaned the rabbits and spitted them to smoke for breakfast. Sitting there on a log, he tried to shed the uneasiness that lingered from his dream, but couldn't. Finally, exhausted, he gathered his bedroll, found a comfortable spot, and dozed. Early the next morning, shoulders and back aching, he crawled from beneath his blanket, still uneasy. He stirred the embers of the fire until a flickering blue flame danced atop the faintly glowing coals, enough for a pot of coffee. The eastern horizon glowed, and a squadron of Canadian geese, a V-shaped formation silhouetted against the rose-colored dawn, announced their presence with distant honking calls. He knew his dreams provided only glimpses of what might or might not be. If he closed his eyes, he could almost hear Pape's mournful singing. The memory felt significant, not because he understood that the Quahada had or soon would face an end to their way of life, but he sensed a more immediate threat, one he could not yet name. Chapter 29, A Tall Tree and Some Rope. 3 days after her death, Theo buried his wife. The funeral, an event attended by over 200 friends, employees, business associates, and other locals, felt endless. Crying women followed by silent husbands crept by Ruth's coffin, where Theo sat alongside, drinking openly from a metal flask. The mourners traveled at a snail's pace, mumbling platitudes and other kind expressions, some offering a hand, eyes seeking his approval. After the first few, he could no longer bring himself to respond with anything beyond a mumbled thank you or a nod. After the line of mourners, the preacher droned on about Ruth's contributions to the community, the book club, the ladies' auxiliary, the holiday food bank, contributions to the local hospital, and money given to the church. The overweight pastor, a preening man with voluminous curling hair, paused and gave him a long, significant look. Theo realized the agreed-upon time had come for him to speak. Unfortunately, he hadn't given much thought to what he might say, and barely managed 2 minutes of drunken nonsense about how he couldn't have done any of it without Ruth, which was true. They left the church for the cemetery, where a second line composed of the same well-wishers passed again, shaking his hand, or in the case of many of the women, embracing him. Each of the earnest mourners mumbled with minor variations the same cliched condolences. Again he felt nothing, no grief or regret, only a vague sense of anger and bone-deep weariness. Once again he barely acknowledged any of them. There was nothing to be said. Ruth was gone. Following the funeral back at home, he stumbled to his bedroom, finished off the flask of whiskey, and collapsed onto his bed. A cool breeze through the window, in combination with the shade of a tall oak near the house, allowed him to doze and sleep comfortably through the afternoon. He awoke after dark, disoriented, and for a long moment, uncertain why he felt so sad. He fumbled around for a full 30 seconds before finding the box of lucifers. Lighting his lamp, he felt it must be late, the middle of the night, but after locating his watch, found it was only 8 p.m. He wobbled downstairs and found a plate with a cold steak and some beans in the kitchen.
The house girl's note apologized for the meal, offered condolences, and said if he needed anything, she would be in her room atop the carriage house. He settled on the sofa and tried the steak, but had no appetite. Instead, he stared at Ruth's chair, her bottles of laudanum and strong liquor still perched on the table. He considered a trip to the Pennyback. Delilah would be a comfort, but propriety demanded at least one night of mourning, so he wandered back upstairs. Before returning to his room, he stopped at Ruth's doorway, then entered and seated himself on her bed. They had shared the room for years. He stretched out, feeling both out of place and at home. Laying there looking up at the ceiling, the realization that Ruth was gone, that there would be no opportunity to heal the separation that had grown between them over the past few years, struck him, and for a few minutes he felt a profound sense of grief and cried. He woke there early the next morning but didn't rise. In the distance, a pair of roosters dueled, crowing back and forth for several minutes while small birds twittered noisily outside, bumping against the eaves, fluttering and bickering. He thought he might return to his own room for more sleep, but after tossing about for another half hour, decided to rise. The aroma of frying bacon wafted up the staircase, something he had forgotten. His room, or what had become his room, located on the west end, was isolated from the rest of the house and shielded by distance from any sounds or smells coming from downstairs. He shuffled downstairs and sat at the dining table, still in his best suit from Ruth's funeral. The girl arrived with coffee and the newspaper. "When I finish breakfast, I'll have a bath," Theo said. "Yes, sir." The girl spoke in a nearly inaudible voice. Theo thought that with Ruth gone, he might want a new wife. He looked at the house girl. She was attractive, but too mousy for his tastes. Besides, what interest would a girl have in a man of his years? "Did you fix biscuits?" he asked, thumbing through the paper. "Yes, sir." "Speak up," he grumbled. "When a person speaks, you should be able to hear what they're saying." "Yes, sir." The volume of her delivery didn't increase, but Theo didn't bother scolding a second time. Instead, he looked absently at the headlines. He had lost track of the days. Planning the funeral, dealing with visitors, gifts, flowers, food, and tepid consolations had consumed nearly a week. The previous afternoon, on the ride home from Ruth's funeral, Claude Hallam had assured him that matters at work were well in hand and that Theo need not come in any time soon. Theo knew Hallam could run the stockyards indefinitely. For a moment he thought he might visit a local cafe where he often spent part of the morning sipping coffee and smoking with 3 or 4 retirees that frequented the place. He then recalled how he had asked the girl to heat water for a bath and decided the blowhards would be fine on their own. Indeed, he thought absently, he wouldn't care if he never saw the pack of self-important jackasses again. Maybe he would just hole up in the house indefinitely, grow a beard, and take up painting, writing, or some other nonsense. He thought once more about his notion of leaving in search of Doreen and realized that was what he wanted to do. It wouldn't take much planning. Claude Hallam, meticulous and honest to a fault, could run his affairs with a simple power of attorney. Perhaps he should do what he had been thinking of doing for years and simply hand the entire thing over to Claude. After more coffee and a large breakfast, biscuits slathered with sawmill gravy, slices of thick bacon, and 3 fried eggs, he took a leisurely bath and decided he would go to the stockyards. That afternoon his lawyer would draft the necessary papers, giving Claude control. He would have to pay his stolid clerk a bit more, but it didn't matter. there was a more pressing matter to consider. He now believed Ruth had been correct. Doreen was alive somewhere. He bristled at the notion that his daughter might be working as a prostitute, but couldn't help recalling how Doreen herself had, on several occasions, boasted that she could leave at any time and make a good living at the oldest profession. In retrospect, he felt a bit foolish for trusting Bucky Baylor's claim that the Fat brothers had found Doreen's remains and buried her in Indian Territory. The fact that Bucky Baylor had left town after the death of his brother supported the notion that the obese twins lied. Theo considered sending someone out after Bucky, but realized the futility of such an act. His time and energies would be better spent searching for Doreen. That afternoon, Hal Pearson, a local lawyer, bookish and bespectacled, assured Theo that power of attorney over payroll and accounts payable would be drawn up and executed the next day. An hour later, Theo sat down in Claude's office to discuss his plans. "I'm leaving to find my little girl. Ruth told me she thought those Fat brothers lied about Doreen being dead. I believe she was right. I also plan to find Johnson and see him hanged." "Yes, sir." Hallam knew that Theo had toyed with the idea of leaving in search of his daughter. "You'll be in charge, Claude. We'll change your title, and on top of that, you'll get a piece of the pie, 10%. Instead of manager, we'll call you head of operations or some such. Call yourself whatever the hell you please. I don't reckon anyone is going to care one way or another what I'm called." Theo paused for a long moment, then said, "Do you think I'm acting like a fool, riding off like a cowboy in a dime novel?" Hallam thought for a moment, then said, "Some folks are likely to say you've lost your senses. A man's daughter goes missing and his wife dies suddenly. Those are likely to drive a man to act foolishly. Still, who gives a damn? I might do the same if I were in your place." Theo nodded. As usual, Hallam gave sound advice. "I'll need a few men, not just some idiots from the stockyards," he said. "We can find some men, but it may take a week or two." "Get on it right away. I'd like to be on the trail in 10 days. What if I string up that mule rancher? Do you imagine that would be a problem with emancipation and all? I wouldn't advertise it, but I've heard tell of similar actions without consequence. Not many folks care about a colored boy. All I'd need is a tall tree and some rope." "Yes, sir." Claude, pragmatic and non-judgmental to a fault, nodded in agreement. 10 days later, Theo Tarwater, with 5 men, including a famous hired killer from New Orleans named Francois Martin, rode south from Abilene. In the days leading up to his departure, Theo had grown increasingly obsessed with revenge. It didn't matter that he felt Doreen was still alive, as men are prone to do. When Theo decided to hunt and kill Cecil Johnson, he set about inventing reasons to justify his dark intent. It didn't take him long to convince himself his sinister rage was righteous. The change in Theo was especially notable to Claude Hallam. "Theo ain't near the same," Claude remarked to his wife one evening. "He always had a temper, but since Doreen ran off and Ruth passed, there's a meanness about him. I don't know how to describe it exactly." Claude sipped his iced tea reflectively. "Theo never seemed beholden to his anger in the past, but I've seen hate grow in him these past weeks." "Suffering can do that, especially to those unaccustomed to hard times," Claude's wife said. Claude had to admit he felt a sense of relief when Theo and his band of ruffians left town,
Before they rode out, the stockyard supervisor reminded his boss of the directions Bucky Baylor had given regarding the Johnson Ranch. Travel south into Indian Territory following the Shawnee Trail. 7 days out, look for a pair of low-lying hills to the west. Ride that direction and it should take you to Johnson's place. We'll find it, Theo growled in response. I'll know when the man who raped my little girl is nearby. Hallam dared not suggest that Doreen might not have been raped by Cecil Johnson. The new Theo would brook no disagreement. Claude's father, a staunch believer in the use of the proverbial rod to avoid spoiling the child, had beaten him so regularly that, out of self-preservation, Claude had adopted a firm belief in the biblical adage that claims a calm word blunts anger. Claude didn't stand up to bullies. He let them win and counted that as a win for himself. Matters at the stockyards required his attention, and any other concerns would be sorted out on Judgment Day. Chapter 30. The Path of Righteousness. She edged her way along the opposite riverbank, leading Cotton Socks through the thick brush until she emerged into an area flattened by human activity. Two fish, spitted on sticks, sizzled over a fire near a tent. "Hello," she called out, her voice quavering. For a long moment she heard nothing. Then a slight rustling of brush and a hesitant voice came from the thicket to her right. "Yes, ma'am. I'm just here." Doreen turned but saw only a stand of cattails. She fought to remain calm, pulling at Cotton Sock's reins, cowering alongside the hinny. "Come out here where I can see you. I want you to come out." Thing is, I'm horrible to look upon, ma'am." "I've seen you before." Cactus Branch emerged slowly, his face invisible beneath a broad hat. Doreen, who had seen Henry only one other time during the day, examined him carefully for the first time. She realized his body wasn't as misshapen as she had first imagined. She had seen much worse. Men back from war with burns to their faces or missing limbs. Henry inspired fear not because of his injuries, but rather because of his size. "I know you killed that man last night at my tent," Doreen said. "I wanted to tell you I'm grateful." Henry nodded. "Yes, ma'am, it's fortunate I was near when it come upon you like that." "You understand that you could hang for that crime if I decided to tell anyone. Your secret is safe, for now. The man forced himself on me without my consent. Do you understand the meaning of consent?" "Yes, ma'am. It means he didn't have your permission to do what he was doing." "That's correct." She paused, then said, "The fact is you aided me last night. As I said, I'm grateful for your help." Despite his own insecurities about the situation, Henry found Doreen's thanks gratifying. He was also more than a little surprised that she had appeared at his campsite. He had spent a good deal of time imagining a moment when someone acknowledged the goodness inside him. Now it had come in a way he would never have imagined possible. For a moment he wondered if the years of mental agony might be nearing an end, and his reward finally near. Just as quickly he brushed the idea from his mind, mentally scolding himself for indulging such foolishness. The entire situation was an odd coincidence, he told himself, and his response, the sense that something mystical had occurred when Doreen appeared, the result of an overactive imagination. Still, Doreen was here before him. He had decided to leave, to head back to his solitary life in Creek territory, but that morning, before he began packing his things, a dark sense of resignation had overcome him. His choices to stay and
like a deviant, continue watching Doreen, or return to servitude and abject loneliness in Indian territory seemed equally meaningless. A third choice existed, one he had been seriously considering. Before Doreen arrived, the notion that he might confess the murder for the previous night and face the judgment of the railroad gang had entered his mind. Life had grown too difficult. The idea of death felt almost comforting, but now this unexpected turn of events, Doreen standing before him and her expression of thanks. Did God or some other force have a hand in things? Was there a reason for him to continue? "The truth is, I could use your help," Doreen continued. "You see, the men in camp are a rough breed. I can't risk another episode like last night. Do you see my problem?" With a shock of recognition, Henry understood why Doreen had come. "You mean I would be there to watch after you?" "Yes," Doreen said. "You would be my guardian, my Black Knight." She had said it aloud, as ridiculous and condescending as it sounded. "You could hide there in the brush near my camp, and if I called out, then you could respond." "I would hide so the men couldn't see me." "Yes, naturally you would hide. I couldn't possibly have you—" Doreen paused. She realized with a degree of surprise that, despite his appearance, Cactus Branch possessed a high degree of intelligence. She considered her words before continuing. "The truth is, since you're colored, some white folks might find your being there. Well, I don't want my clients to feel uneasy. Also, I would pay you for your service." Cactus Branch paused for a moment, unsure of his response. This woman needed his protection and was bartering with him. With that realization, Doreen suddenly seemed less like a mystical being and more like one of the men he dealt with when bargaining for his carpentry skills. He thought about the string of men arriving and leaving Doreen's tent the previous evening. Henry knew of prostitutes. In fact, in the days of his youth, one of the other slaves had taken him to a house near the edge of the plantation. Inside, a woman had taken his John Henry in her hand, just as Doreen had done. He had been afraid that night, uncertain what might happen. Something about the transaction had seemed mystical to him at the time, though now he realized that it had simply been his innocence. He recalled his auntie's admonishment about the woman. "She ain't nothing but a whore. A boy like you, all busted up, can't expect no love from a gal. No gal. That's going to be a mighty hard road, but you can't be a fool, Henry." Despite his auntie's warning, he had returned to the prostitute's house, though on the second occasion he went alone. That night the woman turned him away. "I did it once as a favor to Buck, but I ain't about to let you in here regular like. I heard tell you be bringing the bad juju. You just go on and take care of your own self. Shandy ain't gonna take care of you." "So you will assist me if I pay you?" Doreen asked. I would just hide alongside your tent. How will I know if you need help?" "I'll call out." Doreen examined Henry carefully. His right shoulder and shriveled arm could be overlooked, but there was something else. Henry's expression of fear mixed with angst inspired nervousness. She wondered if someone so troubled could be counted on. Even so, she needed his help, and she knew how to manipulate others. As a child, she had learned that a few tears or a smile could sway her father to purchase any trinket she desired. Later, as she blossomed into an attractive young woman, she perfected her ability to manipulate men. She stepped nearer. Did she dare to touch Henry again?
She recalled the dark night near Cecil Johnson's tool shed. The thought gave her an odd thrill. She stepped closer still and placed one hand on Henry's chest. The man shivered noticeably. Then something happened that shocked Doreen. As she moved her hand downward, Henry placed a hand on hers and pulled away.
"Stop, please, just stop,"
Henry cried, his voice choked with emotion.
"I wasn't placed here on this earth to have no pleasure. The good Lord sent me to do a job, ain't no more, no less."
Doreen, stunned and annoyed, took a step back. Had this man, this deformed creature, just refused her? She started to snap at Henry to put him in his place. Something stopped her, however. Was it Henry's plaintive tone, his tortured expression? Henry turned and took a few steps away, his back heaving. When he turned again, for once, his gaze didn't wander. The look in his eyes, terrible and probing, filled her with dread and shame.
"I don't lay with no prostitute. Henry done been a slave, and he won't be no slave to his lust. Best you know that right now. I ain't gonna lay with you none." "Oh, fine, good."
Doreen, frustrated, wanted to say more, but the problems she had brought upon herself flooded her mind.
I would prefer you didn't, since you're so... "Ain't no need to tell Henry he's terrible to look upon."
"No, that's not what I meant."
"The Lord put me here to look after you. Leastways, that's how it seems. I've seen you in dreams. You understand me? I seen an angel looks like you in my dreams."
The words came out with such intensity that Doreen cowered.
"Please, I didn't mean anything. I was just..." "He ain't got no reason to fear. Ain't no man needs to fear Henry. No man. Except maybe one who would do harm to another. I see clear."
Henry's voice became a whisper.
"I see clear as day." "What do you see?" "Myself. My own terrible self."
A long moment passed, then something one would not have thought possible happened inside Doreen's mind. Looking at Henry as he struggled with the notion the two of them were bound in some unexplainable way, she felt empathy. Why do you call me your angel?" she asked. He paused, and for a moment she imagined Henry might share some profound revelation, but he only nodded, the look of uncertainty once more twisting his brow.
"Dreams," he whispered. "A fool's dreams."
"I'm not an angel, you know. I never claimed to be anything other than what I am. I can't help that you've suffered because of..." Her voice trailed off as she gestured towards him.
"The Lord done made me this way for a reason."
"What reason could..."
"The Lord, He put me right here in this moment. Maybe this is how things is meant to be."
As a boy, Henry spent hours praying for change in his physical condition. Isolation forced him to find ways to compensate for his injuries. While other children played, Henry sharpened his rudimentary reading skill. His teacher, a soft-spoken slave who had come from the north, had seen Henry's desire to learn and had given him a soldier's pocket Bible. Over the years he read the book more than once, though he couldn't claim it all made sense. Later, after the move to Indian Territory, a Unitarian pastor spent a few months living with the Creek people. Even though the man never spoke directly to Henry, no one spoke with Henry. The bookish white man left behind pamphlets, papers, and a single book called a Unitarian handbook of scriptural illustrations and expositions. Since none of the tribesmen had any interests in the book or papers, Henry asked if he could take them. He read the book, glad to have something new, and took special interest in a chapter called Vicarious Sacrifice. The author, Robert Spears, writing about God's decision to sacrifice his Son to atone for the sins of men, suggested that Christ's death was not only about the long-term well-being of man, but, if taken as an example, about atoning for sin in the present evil world. Spears claimed that the act of self-sacrifice leads to greater rewards in heaven, not exactly a novel idea, but one that Henry found applicable to his life. In the same book, the author, a deist, claimed that God exists solely in nature. With the understanding that nature is often cruel, Henry came to accept his physical handicap and even see it as a sort of blessing. Thanks to his mangled arm and curved spine, he saw things more clearly than most men. In those two ways, Henry found comfort in his unique situation. He no longer blamed God for his isolation, but came to believe suffering had fallen upon him for a reason. He also came to believe, perhaps vainly, that it takes a unique level of suffering to achieve true righteousness. With that knowledge, if it can be called knowledge, he began to examine other men. Some men, usually the wealthiest and most comfortable, seemed confident in their ways. While often studious and filled with knowledge, Henry concluded that such men generally owe their success and education to advantages afforded by family heritage. Other men, like the slave catchers that killed his father, imagined their instincts were God's will and detached themselves from nature so completely they became like devils. Henry came to recognize the irony of a world where the most indecent men often became the most self-assured of their own righteousness. Of course, Henry's musings about his fellow man did nothing to relieve his own doubts and suffering. He spent his days praying that God might dispel his uncertainty. He longed for a clear understanding of his purpose. Now that Doreen had appeared, as defective as she might be, he felt this might be the moment he had waited for. Was it possible that angels appeared as flawed individuals in need of help? "You will need to remain hidden. You understand that, right?"
"Yes, ma'am. Thing is, the white men gonna hang me if they see I'm here. They gonna know right away that I killed that man last night. So if you want Henry to protect you, you got to protect Henry a little too."
Doreen paused. It had not occurred to her that her plan might endanger Henry's life.
"So you're not going to help me? I thought you said—"
"I'm going to help. I'm just saying the men."
His voice became nearly inaudible.
"Them men's gonna kill me sure as can be, quick as they know I'm here. They're gonna lynch me straight off. So you can't be bragging on how you got a man to protect you."
"You mean—"
Now Doreen paused, realizing the truth in Henry's observation.
"You mean you're willing to stay to help me, even though—"
"I ain't coming over until dark. If you call, I'm gonna make certain you ain't hurt. I ain't staying 'cept for one reason. I ain't sure yet, but maybe—"
Henry paused, then continued.
"Maybe the Lord, or some force I don't understand, done put me here."
"I told you I'm no angel."
"I ain't saying you are an angel, but—"
Henry paused, considering how he might express his thoughts.
"Thing is, a caterpillar don't know he is more than a worm, but the Lord planned something for that bug.
Who's gonna say the worm ain't got a dream where he flies and has wings like a monarch? Who's gonna say an angel knows he an angel?
Doreen paused for a long moment considering Henry's words. She had come hoping to find a protector. She had not expected Henry would challenge her way of thinking.
I don't understand why you're willing to help, she said, but I'm grateful. Ain't much here for Cactus Branch except maybe a hammer and some nails. I ain't born to no comfort, no children to laugh and call my own, no home where I can settle. Now I have killed a man.
Henry's voice trailed off and a second long pause ensued. Finally, Doreen spoke.
So you will be there watching later on when it gets dark? You won't see old Henry, but he's gonna be there. Just call out. I won't be long coming.
She led Cotton Socks back through the brush and across the river. The sound of pinging hammers reminded her that one or more of Patty's clones would be arriving soon. The money the men paid for sex satisfied her desire for cash, but her illusions about prostitution had been dispelled. She felt her emotions rise once more, and for the 100th time began to cry. Had she really been so innocent of the real world? Why had she imagined things would be better away from her comfortable home? Her father, who had seemed like a tyrant, now seemed benign, a pompous but essentially kind older gentleman. Then another thought occurred to her. What if her father, angered by her selfishness, refused to take her back? She could imagine him red-faced and angry, telling her she could never return. The thought angered her, and she stopped crying, more determined than ever to succeed on her own. She wouldn't give her father the satisfaction of crawling back. No, she would remain here at the camp for a few more days, save money, and move comfortably to Fort Worth. Unfortunately, she now realized, she wasn't cut out to become a bar girl at a cheap saloon. Such degradation might be acceptable for some, but a woman of her intelligence could do better. The cool afternoon had given way to humid late-day heat. Back at her tent, she considered a nap, but knew the tent's interior would be stifling. She made her way down the embankment to the river. At the water's edge, she pulled her dress up, exposing her ankles, and waded in a few feet. Venturing upstream, she came to a deeply shaded spot beneath an elm and settled against the trunk of the tree. There, with her feet in the cool water, she thought once more of her situation. As she dozed, she clenched her hands. She wouldn't cry any more. She woke some time later, groggy and confused, insects buzzing and chirring, their sound punctuated by the incessant pinging of the tireless steel drivers. She knew the men would work until sunset and wondered what time it might be. Recalling an old trick her father had shown her, she measured the distance between the sun and horizon and decided it must be around 6. The men from the camp would be arriving soon, within the next hour. Cactus Branch said he would be coming over after dark. Once again, she walked along the riverside, feeling sticky and uncomfortable. When she came upon a spot sheltered by an enormous hackberry, she decided to have a short dip. The red water eddied and curled in the secluded pool, and the sandy river bottom felt nice between her toes. She pulled her dress over her head, hanging the juniper-colored garment carefully on a low-hanging branch. In the past, she would have thrown the dress to the floor for her girl. She had always thought of Becky as a bit of a fool. Doreen recalled complaining about one of her dresses, saying she hated the thing and it should be thrown out. Becky had looked enviously at the dress, a belted shift with rows of finely embroidered flowers and vine. The maid, in her meek tone, had said that she had never owned a dress so fine. "Take the horrific thing, then." Doreen recalled how Becky's face lit up at the prospect that she might have the dress.
"Oh, miss, I couldn't take such anything so fine." "I suppose you're right," she had replied. "It would set a bad precedent for me to give you my used things. Put it in the incinerator."
Rather than argue, Becky nodded and said,
"Yes, ma'am,"
and folded the dress, placing it with the other laundry. Thinking back, Doreen wondered if Becky might have secretly taken the dress anyway. Looking again at the juniper-colored gingham gown, dirty at the lower hemline and torn in one spot, Doreen felt something amiss inside. Had she really been so selfish and stupid? She emerged from the red water, drying herself with her undershirt. She rinsed the chemise and her bloomers, wringing each garment carefully, thinking that the iron-red water masked the dots of menstrual blood that dotted her underpants. She dressed in the shady cove, wanting to wash the gingham dress as well, knowing the red water would change the color of the fabric. Perhaps she could ask one of the men later for clean water from the camp. She grimaced and slipped the dress over her damp underclothes, refreshed, but once again fighting the urge to cry. Back at her campsite, she entered the tent and changed into her other dress, a sturdier woolen skirt with a matching attached blouse and a fetching neckline. She had been airing the garment, and it smelled better than the gingham dress. Unfortunately, in the humid air, the wool would be uncomfortably hot. Feeling cleaner and somewhat safer, her doubts about whoring had eased some. She thought perhaps she might enjoy some company. She had favored one man from the previous evening, a tall, older gentleman with a lean face and gentle hands. Maybe he would return, or another cowboy, someone younger and handsome. Her dismal day had turned, at least for the moment, into an evening filled with possibilities. 15 minutes later, the skinny cowboy from earlier arrived and seated himself on the log near the embankment. She felt a pang of annoyance, but propping up her emotions, told herself the young man might provide a bit of fun. "Hello!" She emerged from the tent and curtsied. He stood with a start. "Howdy, miss. I was, well, you were what?" She noticed the cowboy's eyes had already wandered to her bosom. "Well, I got my $4. Patterson ain't watching after you no more, but you ain't got nothing to worry about. Me and the other boys done said how we ain't gonna let no more drunks like Leroy come over this way." Doreen moved close and touched the young cowboy on the shoulder. He gulped, eyes now fixed upon her breast. "Do you like what you see? I'd hoped to wear something nicer this evening, but unfortunately I was forced to leave my previous situation hastily." She looked directly into the skinny cowboy's eyes, pouting a little. "I hope you don't mind that I don't have something nicer to wear." No, ma'am, I don't care one bit." With a sense of satisfaction, Doreen noticed a large bulge growing in the cowboy's jeans. She entered the tent, but neglected to pull the tent flap closed behind her. She motioned the cowboy forward, then reached up under the woolen skirt, making a show of removing her still damp, Red River-stained bloomers. She then lifted her skirt, giving the man a good look at her calves. The young cowboy began undressing, dancing on one foot to remove his jeans. Soon the awkward young man stood before her, naked from the waist time. "This here's my first time," he said. "Well, I guess you better give me the $4. She extended her hand. A second comical scene ensued as the cowboy, trying to hide his erection, searched through his pants. He located 3 of the coins immediately, but the 4th eluded him. Finally, after several apologies and frantic turnings of pockets, he found the coin in his shirt pocket. "I forgot I put it there for good luck." Not unpredictably, the cowboy's youthful zeal concluded with a yelp 2 minutes later. Doreen, sensible enough to direct the young man to pull out before his climax, couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. After the bath, she had recovered some hope that her new profession might provide some entertainment. "Get dressed and send the next one," she said, rinsing herself from a bucket. "Thank you, ma'am." The young cowboy spent another minute or so dancing around to get back into his jeans, then was gone. Darkness had fallen, and a succession of cowboys came and went, some old, others fat, some handsome, and all bearded. Finally, after the eighth man, Doreen felt thoroughly soiled and ready to cry. "I won't see any more tonight," she said to a cowboy of perhaps 40 with dark, sun-lined skin. "There's at least one more feller plans to come out when I get back. He's got his $4. The cowboy spoke as if she had no say in the matter. "Tell him he will have to wait." The cowboy seemed baffled by her statement. "I'll tell him, but I reckon he might just come on anyway." "If he comes here, he won't get anything. Tell him to go behind a cedar and pull on it for all I care, but I've had enough." "Well," the cowboy chuckled, "why don't you tell him your own self?" "Fine," Doreen said, fighting tears. A few minutes later, another cowboy arrived, a burly man who smelled strongly of liquor and sweat. Doreen immediately sensed a similarity between this man and the bearded rapist from the previous night. Still, she felt determined to send him away. If she gave in, there might be another cowboy, and then another, and another. "I'm sorry, but I can't do another fella tonight." She tried her best to remain firm, but felt her lower lip quivering. "It won't take me but a minute." The cowboy's voice sounded a bit forlorn, but not threatening. Indeed, by the flickering firelight, she could see he had a large smile and an easy, pleasant demeanor. Her attitude softened, but she felt so dirty and exhausted. "It's just, Doreen thought of Cactus Branch hiding somewhere in the surrounding brush. Would he come out and kill this man as well if she called for help? "It's just that I've been with 8 men tonight, and I'm new at this." The man waved, stopping her. "Listen here, ma'am, I ain't the type to force a young lady to do anything. Some of these men, well, they would just as soon ride a steer as a fine woman. Myself, I'd just as soon wait." Doreen felt her emotions rise. She hadn't expected understanding. She began to sob. "It's just that she choked, gulping. "I didn't think this would be so difficult, and—" "Hush now," the burly cowboy insisted. "The others will wait. I'll see to it. You're done worn out. A gal like yourself, young and fine, shouldn't be expected to service 10 or 15 hard dicks in a day. I heard tell you was worth $4, and I believe that's true. You're a mighty pretty gal, mighty pretty. It's a shame gals like you have no other way in the world except to sell yourselves. In other circumstances, a young woman like yourself would find herself married to a wealthy gentleman. I pray the hard circumstances that led you here will ease some." The cowboy tipped his hat, assured her a second time that he would tell the others to wait, and left the campground. Hunting Charm Chapter 30, Part 2. Henry Walker crossed the river just after sunset. For a time he crouched beneath a stand of oak brush 50 yards from Doreen's camp. He noted the coming and going of 2 cowboys, both remaining for only a few minutes. After the departure of the second client, he decided to creep a bit closer and made his way to a hiding spot a mere 20 yards from Doreen's tent. He settled in a thicket of switchgrass and witnessed more men coming and going. He felt an array of emotions: anger, sadness, arousal, but he neither touched himself nor did he allow emotions to overwhelm his awareness of the task at hand. Over the years, Henry had become expert at controlling his feelings. He had learned he could neither expect understanding should he fail, nor sympathy should he show the slightest vulnerability. Henry knew that no matter how excellent his work might be, he would never receive accolades or the comfort of human fellowship. He could not recall a time when anyone had engaged him in friendly conversation. Indeed, if someone had, he was so lacking in experience he would not know how to respond. When he saw the round cowboy leave without entering the tent, he emerged. Doreen seemed despondent as she told him she was done for the night. He nodded, relieved that he would not have to continue watching the parade of cowboys, but also somewhat disappointed. Had he imagined they might talk afterwards? He realized that he had. Days passed and a routine evolved. During the day, both Doreen and Henry rested in their respective camps. Then in the evenings, Doreen entertained a string of rail workers, while Henry hid in the brush, far enough away that he didn't have to actively listen, but close enough to hear Doreen call out. The moment never came. During those evenings, Doreen collected nearly $300, a sum which made her increasingly uneasy for fear that one of the men from camp might steal her hard-earned cash. Meanwhile, her meager wardrobe grew increasingly repugnant, despite daily rinsings in the river. Finally, after 2 weeks, she announced to one of the cowboys she would be leaving for Fort Worth. "I can't stand it here any longer. I have nothing to wear, and I'm tired of seeing the same men night after night." "Camp don't suit you?" The stringy cowboy, Pete something, asked. "I'm sick of this entire situation. My original plan was to go to Fort Worth, and it's time I did." "Ain't no cowboy paying $4 for pussy in Fort Worth." "Doesn't matter. I'm tired of this stinking tent, and I need new clothes." The cowboy didn't respond, but Doreen knew he must have said something to her next customer, because the cowboy, another Patty, asked about her intention to leave. "You can't just leave us untended. Ain't nothing else to do." The man seemed genuinely concerned. "We can't get you some new clothes, and the fellers and me was thinking we could rig you up a better camping situation. Ain't no need to run off." Doreen had made up her mind, however. As the Scotsman pulled on his boots after a hasty discharge, she told him he would be her last client for the evening. Fortunately, the man agreed without the usual arguing. As Patty, or Sean, or whatever his name was, disappeared into the brush, she stepped gingerly to the edge of the embankment and called out. When Henry emerged from the thicket of cane grass, she asked him to sit. "We need to talk." She came directly to the point. "I plan to move to Fort Worth, and I plan to take you along." Henry, who had grown increasingly discouraged over the past few days, didn't respond. He had been hoping Doreen might move on, but wasn't certain he wanted to continue in his role as watchman. During the hours spent hiding, he thought more and more of his home in Oklahoma. He missed his tools and the work he had done for years. Even though he knew he would never feel a part of the Muskogee community, he took pride in the things he crafted. He also had time to examine his attachment to Doreen. Only the nagging feeling that Doreen fulfilled some destiny had kept him there. Faced with Doreen's profession, that line of reasoning had grown increasingly tenuous.
"Are you certain you need me to come along, ma'am? I ain't going to be able to hide in Fort Worth."
"You won't be hiding any longer. After we leave here, and once we get into Fort Worth, I will tell everyone you are my hired man. Tonight, I want you to pack your camp and move on down the trail. Find a place to cross the river, then wait near the railroad tracks. I'll be by tomorrow. If we should meet any men we know after that,
we can say you just arrived."
Cactus Branch lowered his head, once again uncertain. The days spent hiding, the fear of capture, the possibility he might be found out for the killing of the bearded cowboy, plus memories of his life in Indian territory, told him he should return to his home.
"I will compensate you, of course."
Doreen spoke the words sweetly, as if the money made a significant difference.
"In fact, it's time I paid you for your work thus far."
As she rose, Henry considered her offer. The thought of a town, a place where he would be subject to the looks and ridicule of hundreds of strangers, filled him with apprehension. Could he face such a challenge? Doreen returned and placed a considerable stack of coins into his hand. Then she seated herself and began to speak to him in an unexpected way.
"Henry Walker,"
she said, speaking the name as if it had special significance.
"That's your full name, right?"
Yes, ma'am."
"It's a good name, and I think—"
Doreen paused and looked at him directly.
"I think you're a good man."
Henry didn't know what to say. A white person had never spoken to him in such a way. He felt an uneasiness in his stomach and stuttered over his response.
I try to be, ma'am."
"I know you do, Henry, and I appreciate what you've done for me. It mustn't be easy. I still don't understand why you called me your angel. I'm sure by now you must think I'm terrible. Thing is, though," she continued, "I need your help. My father taught me things, including the fact that people have choices. These past few days I've decided I don't want to spend my life whoring, but the simple truth is, for a woman there isn't much else available. So for the time being I will continue, and I need you to—"
Again Doreen trailed off, then asked,
"Have you ever had $25 before?"
Henry looked at the stack of coins. Truthfully, he had never had more than $1 or $2 at one time. Payment for his carpentry always came in the way of chickens, a pig perhaps, firewood or milled lumber, blankets, or other bartered items. None of the people he dealt with had money.
I never needed much money. Ain't never had none, but it ain't been of no consequence."
"Would you like to have a wife, Henry?"
"Ain't no woman would have me as a husband."
"I think you're wrong. Your injuries, well, they do make you look a bit odd, but there are women who would likely find you perfectly acceptable. You would need money, though. Do you understand?"
"Is money what women wants?"
Cactus Branch looked once again at the coins.
"Well, not entirely, but it helps. Security, I believe, is important for most people, women especially. That includes money. When we get to Fort Worth, I hope to open a small business of my own, something small at first, with a couple of women and good liquor. I'll still need security, a man to keep an eye on things. For now, I can pay you 50 cents each day. That's about $15 a month, a decent wage by most standards."
He looked at the money, counting it silently in his head.
"Is this here a lot of money?"
he asked.
"Not really,"
Doreen replied.
"but you might buy a small homestead with that, or perhaps some livestock."
"I already have me 2 mules."
"I know, Henry. I wasn't suggesting you buy animals. I'm simply saying that money gives you choices. You could buy any number of things with those coins."
Henry considered Doreen's comment about a wife.
"You figure a gal might have me if I was to have a little money?"
Doreen smiled. For one so imposing, Henry seemed devoid of confidence, a trait that would not work in his favor with the fairer sex. Still, if one took a moment to look at Henry's face, beyond the knitted brow and the downcast eyes, he wasn't unattractive. There was a certain thoughtfulness there and a kind nature. She realized that this man, one that she had once feared, had never been a threat.
Henry, I don't know if you will find a woman. I hope you will. I just need your help. It's a business arrangement. I know that having a secure income is something women think about. I didn't realize until recently that life can be so difficult.
She paused for a long moment.
I'm just like my father said. I'm spoiled and selfish. I don't know why life has placed us together. Luck, chance, whatever it is, but here we are. Was your life good at the place you were living in Indian Territory?
Cactus Branch considered the question. He thought once again of his life with the Muskogee. He had no friends there. His work, which he found rewarding, gave him no relief from the endless loneliness of the place. Still, he had never imagined he would be anything but alone.
To hide along the tracks down south of here, and you'll be coming along tomorrow.
That's right.
What if the folks in Fort Worth are scared of me? Folks been scared of Henry before. They might just string me up from an old tree somewhere.
You'll be with me. Remember, you're my hired man. And that would be true, Henry. You will be my employee. Henry considered Doreen's offer for a long moment. It seemed plausible that people in general would have respect for a woman with a colored man in her employ. Many former slaves remained on plantations following the war, working for their former owners, sharecropping, too fearful of the unknown to move on.
Maybe I'm just an old slave working for his former owner, he said.
Exactly, Doreen replied.
And you plan to start up whoring again once we get to Fort Worth?
The smile on Doreen's face disappeared, and she spoke with a hint of resignation.
I hope to provide my services to a special clientele. Ours will be an exclusive place, only for those willing to pay a little more. I won't be a common whore, but I can't accomplish that alone. You'll be paid just as we discussed. When we arrive in Fort Worth, we will find a place. You will help me do the renovations, then we will open. It will be a business, Henry. Nothing more. I like to build things, sure enough, and I'm right good at it. You don't know that about old Henry, but I'm right good at carpenter's work.
Then it's settled. Doreen reached out and touched Henry on his damaged right hand, an action that shocked him. He drew the hand away, but she grasped it, examining it.
Were you born with this? With your hand in this condition? No, ma'am.
Henry felt flustered by the question. Was Doreen interested in his past?
Will you tell me what happened sometime?
For the first time, Henry Walker dared to look directly at Doreen. Even though the young woman possessed a great natural beauty, in that moment he saw something else. Doreen looked tired and helpless. In his heart, Henry felt something he hadn't expected. Could it be that this young woman, as spoiled and selfish as she seemed, was more than she seemed?
Will you tell me about your hand and your shoulder sometime?
Doreen repeated.
After all, we're going to be on the trail for a few days. I would like to know.
Then Henry did something that he hadn't done in 30 years or more. He forgot about his own suffering and smiled.